Prasanna sir, good afternoon.
Hi Vani, hi Praveen.
Hi
Good
sir.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, welcome you sir.
Thank you so much.
Sir, just we'll wait for 5 minutes. The participants to join.
Yep.
Hi, Prasanna.
Hi Praveen, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Welcome, Prasanna.
Thank
So,
you.
actually, for this live, participants are joining through YouTube Live. So, presenters and organizers will be in Teams chat. So, we will, participants, if there are any queries, they will put in WhatsApp, YouTube Live comment section. So, we will copy and paste in Teams chat. So, after the
Okay,
session, you can ask the queries.
okay, sure. So the same teams, this meeting is also going on live
Live.
through
Yes,
YouTube,
yes.
right? Okay.
Yes, Prasanna.
Yeah.
Praveen sir, shall we start?
Yes, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to one and all. It's my pleasure to introduce the guest of the day of the day 6 online ATAL FDP program. Prasanna Srinivasan is the Chief Operating Officer of GWC Data.AI, a data analytics and AI solutions company with an office in Bengaluru. He has a background in business intelligence, analytics, and project management, and is recognized as an industry expert in BI technologies like Power BI, Tableau, and cloud data platforms. Prasanna has been in his CWO role at GWC Data AI for over 2 years and actually participates as an industry resource in AI conferences and forums. Prasanna Srinivasan is frequently listed as a speaker and expert for conferences and faculty development programs, particularly in generative AI and data security domains. This particular information confirms that his active leadership and expert status in advanced analytics and AI for GWC Data AI in Bengaluru. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you so much, Vani. That's a brief introduction, and really appreciate the way you have introduced. It's very well received. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, can I start the session, Vani, or is it
Yes,
anything
you can
else?
start now, sir. You can start.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen, and hope I'm also visible through
Let
video.
me check, sir. I'll check, sir. You just share your screen. Yes, it's visible, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, now it's
Okay.
visible. Sir, can you please change the slides? Let me check once.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
it's changing, sir. Yes, you can proceed now, sir.
Okay. Okay. So I hope everyone can see me as well. Thanks everyone for joining this session, and I really appreciate Praveen and Vani for introducing me into this session. And I'm proud to introduce and speak about AI agents in healthcare manufacturing. Right. So before that, today, I want this session to be very natural. So I'll be touching out real time use cases, real time, my personal connects and everything. Right. So before this FDP program, right? So I would like to tell right from my college days, right? So I was a part of entrepreneurship clubs, and I was initiating a lot of initiatives in my company. So there was always a staff or faculty or professor who has been guiding me all through my career. So having them as part of our career is a very great thing, and having faculty involving in this kind of learnings and improving and bringing the next set of generations is very much appreciable, and I thank everyone for involving in this session. Okay, now introducing myself, Prasanna Srinivasan, Chief Operating Officer of GWC Data.AI. I come up with a decade of experience in data analytics, data science, AI, now agentic AI as well. So a short brief about our company. So we are 200 plus in terms of employees. We started our company 2021, and it's a group of friends, me and my close connects. We all joined as a together, and we started this company on 2020 as a bootstrap company. And so and that time the well known, right? So we one by one we left our jobs and started to take up a role in this organization, and we started to groom just with 2 employees, and now we are 200 employees. So we have a different model of working here. So we have headquartered in Bangalore, but we have a different 8 offshore delivery centers across the rural parts of Tamil Nadu. So we have office in Salem, Dharmapuri, Tirupattur, Coimbatore, Hosur, and Bangalore, Chennai, and Kolkata is our recent office opening. So we do services for startups, SME, and enterprises as well, and we do services on data analytics, data engineering, AI, data warehouse, and data integration. And 200 plus projects delivered, and we have done 100 plus AI agents in the live market. So I'll be showcasing a couple of them in the upcoming slides. 30 plus technology skills, and we have 80 plus customers across globe. We have customers around 40% in India, and outside India 60%, right from Malaysia, Singapore, APAC, and Europe, and US, right? We also have USA and UK registered offices as well. Currently there are like few people, but we are planning to expand more. That's about us. So this is my leadership team. All are like 50% of the people are my college mates, right? So we have been traveling together for more than 15, 20 years. And that's how, and everyone of the folks who are here are technical person, and we have taken a role along with our technical heads. So we are a great place to work certified, ISO certified. So when we are telling about healthcare, right? ISO is a very big for quality, and security is very much needed for handling healthcare and patient information, HIS systems, right? So we have that thing, and we have implemented for a lot of customers in such as GSK. So I come from I started my career in Wipro, and then I did join Novo Nordisk, which is an insulin manufacturing company across the globe, Denmark-based one. And then I was working with Kaseya product company, and then I moved to Narayana Hridalaya. You know the hospital chain, right? So I was implementing the CRM and analytics for them for marketing, especially marketing campaigns. And then I also worked in GSK. Which is again a pharma company, and I was a product manager over there before I joined as COO in GWC. So these are a technology. So now that's a quick introduction, right? So I wanted to know who we are and who I am, right? So before we start the session, so that's why I gave a quick brief introduction. And so before we get into the objectives of these sessions, or the agenda of the sessions, right? I wanted to tell the importance of the healthcare industry that's in India. So if you guys are aware of, there is a recent test match kind of things that's happening between India and US, right? So India and US are having this tariff war, right? So US has implemented tariff on August 25th, and every products in India is being tariff. If suppose it's 100 rupees, it's being costed 150 rupees over there in US. So basically that's reducing the sales over there, right? But if you look at little bit key details of looking at what are the industries actually being costed, there is a healthcare, and that is not given the same 50% tariff like other industries, because US government needs, or they have a general medicine, or most of them comes from India. So since most of the medicines comes from India, they cannot put a lot of tariff on it. So why I'm telling this, Indian pharma industries are doing a lot of exports to US markets and global markets. So India as an economy has been doing very well in the pharma world, and there is a lot of tie-up that's especially BRICS, right? Which is the Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. These are the big giants. They are forming up, and that's along with technology. They're going to look into pharma industry as well to the next level. Okay, with that, that's how the pharma is growing, and we see pharma technologies also will gonna go hand in hand. So that's why I'm going to take the medical manufacturing part as part of this session. So first thing, I don't want to directly jump into what is that. I want to first take you through how the AI evolution actually happened, right? So how it got evolved over the years, and then what is this AI agent? Everyone speaks about. Hey, previously 1 year back they were telling GenAI, 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 and now it's AI agent. What is that? Agentic AI, and then AI agent. What is all those things, right? And then levels of autonomy. So how much an AI can automate things, how much AI can make how much AI can do smarter activities. So there are different levels. We're going to look into that, and then I'm going to give you AI agent demo, and then finally it's going to be a what are the different healthcare AI agents we can walk through, right? Right. So okay, let's get into the evolution of AI, how AI has been evolutioned over the years, right? Okay, let me get into 1950s to 1980s. We cannot call it as a AI, but it's a rule-based process. For example, when something when A happens, B should be done. When B happens, C should be done. It's for example, wherever you apply if else, for loop, or whatever kind of conditional logics, right? Excuse me. Wherever you do conditional logics, we will be going to look at as rule based AI. We today also we do rule based AIs or rule based systems, right? So rule based AI. So for example, those years we have vendor machines, right? If you go and click, you pay money, click a vendor machine. I want to have a Coke, right? And then it gives you Coke. That's one level of automation, but it's a rule based automation. So that is what was there from 1950 to 1980s. And then what happened? So they started to have database in place. They started to collect storage in form of floppy disk, in form of CDs, in form of that's where the relational database was born during that time. When they started to have they started to look into the pattern recognition, the seasonality of the data, right? So the data came in the picture and data started to store, and they need to make certain statistical calculation on top of the machine I mean machine learning thing on top of the data. So that's where 1990 to 2010s were more into machine learning models like random forest, super vector machines, all the regression and less next set of things happen. And then after 2020, deep learning revolution started. So this is where the neural networks came in, and computer vision, speak recognition, natural language NLP started to born here, right? So this phase is where they started to look at videos, they started to feed voices and start to train the machines or models to give better results. After 2010, what has happened is it got into the LLMs, right? The large learning models, right? Which you see as Gen AI, right? So previously in 20, actually now we are looking at ChatGPT, Gemini, and other things, but it has already started in 2020 itself. It started to have actually born in many companies where IBM Watson was using one for healthcare specifically, but they were started to use for all documentation purposes, to give the response, to summarize the data and give the response. All those different kinds sets of things they started to do as part of in 2020. Now 2024, after 2024, agents everywhere. If you look at if you want to go and look at Sundar Pichai's talks, or if you want to go and look into NVATA CEO speech, everyone they call agent, 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 agent. So now what is an agent? Agent is a combination of LLMs along with communicating with the tools, having memory and processing certain actions, right? So that's called agent. Agent is something, but for example, if you have an employee basically to do certain set of jobs or by himself, the AI agent will do the same. It will think like a human. it will process like a human, and it will do the action like a human, right? It will communicate from systems to systems on its own based upon what you are feeding into the system, right? So on overall, the takeaway of this, right? So ML for pattern recognition, GenAI for content creation, and agent for having everything and taking an action on top of it. So that's how the evolution has happened. And we are going to touch the very sensitive and very key topics in the market, right? The agents, right? That's what I'm going to cover today, and it's very interesting piece, and this is the future, right? So what is an AI agent, right? So AI agent is a, I can read it through, smart digital assistant that understands your goals, your tools, and your past set of data, and your it memorizes all the transaction or whatever you have done, the data, right? History data, and then it will do what has to be done in the future, right? It will take the actions on behalf of you. In terms of, let's speak about manufacturing. I come from electrical and electronics background, so more, I'm little more close to electrical, electronics, and manufacturing, right? So I can tell my if there is a, for example, there is a machine that generates let's consider insulin needle, right? So you want to reduce basically reduce the medicine reduce the wastages while machine packing, right? So what it will do, okay, how much a machine can give you, right? How much a machine should consume the raw products, right? It will, okay, it should for example, it should consider 50. If it is exceeding 55, that is where it's gonna triggered, right? The agent gonna trigger, hey, it should be 50, why is consuming additional 5, right? And then it will go into why it is happening. It will check it, the MES system, it will check the machines, it will check the machine's health, the IoT devices, how, whether it's in right voltage, or it's in right temperature, like that. It looks into the devices and try to understand what has gone wrong, right? And then it keeps the history, right? So if something was identified as wrong and someone has fixed it, it takes the history, and whatever has been fixed also is added to its memory, right? So it remembers all the context. It remembers large machine downtime reasons why it has happened. And then now next step, suppose we need to feed an IoT automation by maybe restarting a machine, right? For example, this machine is acting weird. Can we write a script and put it into the control panel and make it restarted, right? The AI agents can do that. AI agents can give the human feed into the AI or the IoT system to do what human would do on behalf of them, right? So that's a key crisp of AI. So the takeaway of this slide, right? So it understands what you wanted to do. It tries to communicate into with different machines and try to understand what is the bottlenecks, and it tries to have look at your history as well as add the recent data to their memory and history for future references. And fourth thing, whatever you will do on behalf of that situation, that will be done by this AI agent. Okay. Now, what is the level of autonomy, right? So, what is autonomy? How much autonomous an AI agent can be, right? Okay. Let me walk you through the different levels I'm having. The level zero. What is level zero? Assistant, AI helper. So today you are trying to use ChatGPT, and you're using Gemini to maybe draft a report, draft a email, draft a content, right? Those are all level zero. So currently, trust me, whatever we are doing in ChatGPT is a level zero of AI agent, right? And then human in the loop. The level one to level two is human in the loop. What is human in the loop? Okay. Now, for example, in pharma industry, consider what happens is for example, IoT devices stick across all the machines. It tries to read everything, and hey, suddenly there is a temperature increase in particular machine. What happens? It immediately, instead of doing the task on its own, it will come and ask, it will go to the supervisor and ask, boss, there is a temperature increase in that machine, should I increase the cooling or coolant, right? or do I ask the person to increase the colon? Can you approve on this? If it asks for a human feed and then it goes for to do the task, then it's called human in the loop, right? So wherever you need supervisor approval, for example, in one such case, recently we implemented for one of the data center, Microsoft data centers in US. So they were asking, uh, okay, so they were asking, can we in certain servers, right? I want basically the what is that? Yeah, certificates, right? Certificates to be updated, right? The latest certificates, latest antiviruses, right? So, and I have my file, antivirus file in different server. We want to pull it out and then do the installation. So I don't want a human to do. I want AI agent to do. But the certificates should be given by human. So what happens? They go there, and when there's a license issues, then it sends an email to manager or supervisor. Hey, can you give the latest certificate? It takes a certificate, goes and updates certificate, and then it installs the antivirus. It does it automatically. So that's a human in a loop. Having a human's approval or human's insights before taking into an action. That's where human in loop comes in. So this is where now currently most of the AI agents in the market are there, right? So currently they are like into this human in the loop level, because no one there is one term, if you guys can go and have it looked into Google or study about it. There is something called hallucinations, right? AI may understand things a different way and hallucinate or assume certain different things rather than what you think and give the wrong answers, right? So those kind of things happens in AI. So they want human approvals to be taken. Once the AI gets groomed and then they get trained and they get the maturity level, then they want to go for level 3 and level 4 5, right? So now let's look into what is semi autonomous, right? Now there is one more thing, the RAG model they call it as, right? Now you have a certain document, right? You don't want AI to take its own decisions, rather you want AI to refer to your process and then refer to that and then do it, right? Only to refer to that, only if it is there in that system or that details, you refer to that and ask them to give that, right? So that is where it is going to do. So one such is, for example, there is an inventory, you have the stock list, right? So you have the vendor, right? You have the list of vendor and you are requesting these are the only vendors you should be connecting with, and these are the vendors are with these skill sets of maybe they are best in maybe the surgical implants or tubing, or they may be good at CNC machines or whatever, right? So you give the system to them and it takes the system and does everything. But here there is no approval, but you give the system and you tell these are the rules, you follow those rules. Now let's like looking into fully autonomous. How does the fully autonomous work, right? Now, fully autonomous, how it's work is now it will take a reference of vendor system, but it will also go to just IL. It will go for Google. For example, you need a certain gloves for your manufacturing industry, and you don't have you have some vendors. Maybe they are like delayed. It also goes to Google, just IL, and different systems, and it tries to get. Hey, you can try out some of the vendors that are available. Which human will do, right? Human, okay. If the vendor is not there, okay, I go check. The external vendors, I'll speak with them and all. So rather than a person doing that, the AI agent will go to the Gestile. It tries to take API connects and is try to extract the data and tell, hey, there are these three vendors and their Google reviews. It will go and look into Google reviews and tell that, hey, these vendors, they have a good reviews in the market and you have to consider them as well. So that kind of or it will automatically send the code and ask their details as well. So that is where full autonomous completely typically. So if you know some sorry typically if you look at, we are somewhere in the between of level 1 to 2 and level 3, right? This is where the actual market lies in, and market is moving towards 4 to 5. It's going to take a year or two, no, just few months. The AI world is rapidly growing, and it's gonna reach level 4 and 5 very soon, right? So that's where the level of autonomy is on the way. Now let's get into the hot topic. So first, I think it's 20 minutes over. I'm going to take next 20 minutes to explain this particular scenario, right? And then we will take a break, right? And then 10 to 15 minutes break, and then we will again start the actual demo, which we are doing it. So basically, we are a domo partner, and we have a free instance where we can do all our AI agents. So I'm gonna show demo in Domo, but it doesn't mean Domo is the only tool. But we have in Azure, we have in GCP, lot many ways of doing AI agent is there. But what I'm gonna show is in Domo. So Domo is one such similar competitor to Microsoft and Google, but only in the data feed. Okay. Now, AI agent for medical manufacturing. So, where AI meets shop floor. So, shop floor is nothing but where medical there'll be different lines and there'll be different stations where each product goes in the conveyor belt from one station to another station, and then it gets finished. It gets as a finished product, and then it's packed, and then it's sent out for a supply chain for transfers and logistics, right? So now let's look at the business overview, or could be a problem statement. So there was a scenario when I was working in known orders, right? Where they wanted to in manufacturing plant, they have a team called PPC, right? So PPC is a project planning committee, right? Or production planning committee. So there are different ways to tell them, right? So what they do is every day, how many people are coming to the office? How many people are coming to office? And what is their skill set? And what is my customer's order for today? And how much I need to deliver? Are we are the shift the people on the shift are allocated the right skills? Is my orders getting prioritized based on all these informations, right? They try to put a plan, right? Every today this machine will be, and this person will be working for this order for today or tomorrow or this week, whatever, right? They do a production planning, right? The planning agent. So today there are a lot of SaaS tools, right? There is available SaaS tools. You can ask me, hey, there is a lot of tools. Why this agent, right? Tools are there, but tools doesn't be customized in your own way. They would have been a generalized, for example, lot of ERPs, lot of SaaS products, there'll be generalized tool, right? But when the businesses they want to work in their own way, it takes a lot of customization, and they're spending a lot of money on that. And again, there is a human that should be involved in feeding the data, doing the actions and everything, right? A lot of money is wasted there. So what we did with that particular customer is building a capacity planning agent, right? Okay. Now, did we do only that? No. This is not agent. We are gonna speak about agentic AI. One agent speaking to another agent. There is a concept agentic AI where it's not only one agent. Now today they could have put one agent. Tomorrow one agent will speak with another agent with another agent, and it goes on. So there is a talk. There is a lot of business that's gonna happen. Only one employee and everything is agent. There are some businesses that are being built using only AI, no humans. So that's more of online based, or more of those kind of business can have, but most of the cases humans are required, right? And next, let me say speak about consumer management. So what happened is in healthcare industry, right? So consumables are very important. Certain products has to be sterilized. Certain product has to be cleaned properly. Has to be in certain temperature. They have to be maybe if machines are there, machine could apply grease, or a lot of consumables will be there, right? So when a production plan has come, right, what happened? The capacity planning agent will create a production plan and give to the consumable management agent. Consumable management agent, what it will do? Hey, I got the planning that today 500 needles has to be delivered. And this is a plan. Okay, now I have 10 people to work on this 10 machines. How many gloves should be there, how many grease oil should be there, how many batteries should be there, how many sterilizing liquids should be there, right? All this information will be given to the, it will create a inventory order automatically to the stock team, right? The purchase team, we call it as, right? Stores or purchase team. Companies spending crores and crores of money on consumables. For example, today there are should be 30 gloves that has been sold. Simply some people taking like another 40, 50 gloves and wasting here and there, and the money is not at all tracked. So this is a huge, for inventory at least they have ERP and other things, but consumables, they are spending a lot of money. Next is predictive maintenance. So what has happened is in predictive maintenance, that's a common word, everyone wants to do predictive maintenance, but one is IoT based, what is the temperature, what is the voltage, what is it, everything, right? So what we did is predictive maintenance is so many people are doing. Why, what we have to do special is we took some data from consumable management agent. So consumable management agent, what it does, right? So it will tell if consumables are more, suppose a certain machine takes more oil, certain machine takes more temperature, right? Because of that only oil will be used, or because of that coolants will be used. So it will immediately triggers the predictive management agent, maintenance agent, that boss, this is a something, it's accumulating lot of coolants, lot of grease, lot of gloves or whatever, right? Different consumables, and I think this machine should go for a maintenance, right? Can you look into it? It assigns a ticket to the predictive maintenance agent, right? So in predictive maintenance, there are scheduled maintenance and predictive maintenance, right? Now, I'll tell you the interesting piece. The schedule, there are some machines that will be scheduled maintenance, right? So now this agent will tell to capacity planning, hey boss, these are the machines that are not available. It's in maintenance state. So all these three agents are started communicating with each other. Okay. So basically we achieved a proper agentic AI use cases for this customer, and we were able to reduce their PPC teams efforts. We were able to reduce the consumables properly managed, the costing almost reduced to 15% of it. And predictive maintenance agent, we are able to give them what machines are not available, what machine has to be focused, because certain machines could be last, it could take only 100 shots. It will tell you 100 shots has been already taken, please put it on maintenance. So all this unplanned downtime tracking, everything will be done with predictive maintenance. So now let's look at what is this data is going to take out, right? Okay, what is capacity planning agent is feeded with machine data. There is MES system, there is a PyWeb, there is a lot of systems that SFCS, shop floor control systems. There are a lot of systems that are available in the machine world, right? So they should have what are the number of machines available, what are the machines on scheduled maintenance, what are the machines are in running, how is the maintenance running, how is the machine running for the previous last 6 months. All this information will be machine data. Operator data is a HR system. Consider HR system, rostering app where shifts will be scheduled, planning will be done, actuals versus target will be given to the individuals, and their skill sets, everything is tracked in the operator data. And production constraints are, okay, production constraints are certain information that is specific to the organization. For example, for certain production, it has to have only these skill set of people, only L1 L3 level of people should address, like that they will have in this while in rainy seasons they will have to act only use these machines, like that lot of constraints will be there, right? So those constraints will be defined by the because every manufacturing industry or any type of industry, right? It could be hospitals also. consider this capacity planning as hospitals, right? How many beds are there, and how many are occupied, how many are not occupied, and then how many operators, nothing but the doctors, departments, everything. And then production constraint is, for example, radiology doctors doesn't stay late night. That could be a production constraint, right? So, and then AI agent will come in and it tries to get into all the data. Hey, okay, all this there. Okay, what is your current order? Okay, if someone order, okay, today 50 patients have come in, right? If immediately it will put a chart to you and tell, hey, at this shift this person is there, and then these are the beds available, and these are the production constraints, and based on that it will allocate appointment, it will book automatic appointment, and then it will give you. So that is one example for hospital. It's a reusable part, right? So in this case it will give you machines who have to be there, in which shift they have to be there, and how, what is their target, and how much they have to complete, right? In this case we have given recommendation as well. Okay, if option one, if suddenly a person is absent, what is option two? What is the nearest possible option two? Then it will give the option two one. And let us look into smart replacement agent, which is consumables agent, right? It takes the production planning data, which is an output of this, into the system, and then it take inventory data. Oh, okay, how many gloves are there in the stores? It will take that data. It will take machines metadata, right? What is the maybe IoT or any kind of machines high level information? What is the machines what to say, how much a machine should basically accumulate grease or oil or gloves or people, whatever, right? Those are machines metadata. And then it will tell you how much predicted consumables should be there, and what is the store. It will automatically go to the stores, and then it will go further dispatch, and people can go and get it. And then predictive maintenance is more of IoT data, where its current, voltage, temperature, everything is tracked. And then consumables, how much the consumables is it anything change in the consumables for this? That data is also feeded. And then maintenance history, what is the scheduled maintenance and what is the product has to have, and all this is, and it flags the machine. Okay, there will be a board. We have implemented a board. Where TV, a huge TV in the shop floor, it will tell, hey, this many machines are available. This many machines has to go for um, maintenance, and these are the recommended actions you have to do. And these are the assigned technicians. The ticketing tool will happen, right? The ticket will be assigned, and L1 will automatically identify what are the issues with the history of information, and it will give you. So with this I wanted to let's take a 5 minutes or 10 minutes of gap, maybe and then let's get back to the actual demo part. But if you want me to address for next couple of minutes any other questions, but Vani or Praveen, you can help me if they have any questions. I can address for 5 minutes before we go for the actual demo. The predictive maintenance, right? So what happen is it will automatically feed the uh, it will automatically feed you all those information, right? And then it will give you what to say. So today a machine has gone a downtime, right? Immediately it will feed into the capacity planning agent, and it will tell you, hey, this machine is down, can you rework on the planning, right? And immediately it will change the plan accordingly to the plan, and then it will give you. Okay, I'll address the questions. I think some people have questions on what is predictive, what is capacity agent, right? So what is predictive maintenance, right? So there is a machine capacity planning is how that machine has to be utilized for the order that has come in, and how it has to be planned, right? When you come into the predictive maintenance, I have these machines when it has to go for a maintenance, and if some error happened, right? If some maintenance, for example, machine went off, right? What I have to do immediately, there will be a person going and visiting it, and instead of a person going and visit, it will identify the machine is on off. Immediately, it will raise a ticket to the maintenance team, right? And it will tell this because of these reasons it happened. The machine's history, everything it will give you so that he can take a decision out of it, right? It will reduce the maintenance team's time. So that was one question. But I'm just looking at your YouTube live questions, right? Medical sensors, right? Okay, so I could say sensors depends upon what kind of information I need to take, right? So medical sensors, what kind of medical sensors, maybe ECG or any kind of thing. Yes, we can do. We have a lot of what to say, lot of devices that are available with based on sound, vibrations. All these things we'll be able to take out for patients as well. We can, if someone ECG has to be connected and then blood report has to be connected like that, if you want to connect everything, we can still do that. It's all the data, it's all data, right? Yeah. Any other questions? I'll be very happy to answer it.
Sir, as of now, these are the questions.
Okay. Okay, then I think one, is it okay to take break for 5 minutes? I'm just getting coughs, I'll also take 5 minutes break. Is it okay?
Yeah, okay, sir. Just 5 minutes you can have, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay. Hi team, I'm back. I hope everyone took few minutes of break.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Okay, let's get back into this, right? So I okay, we are going too much technical, right? So before I start or continue my session to the next steps, right? So I want to tell about today one incident, right? Uh, so one was my cousin, not cousin, sorry, my nephew who is going to who was preparing for a speech, right? He sent me, hey mama, can you please look into it? And he was speaking about teachers, right? So his staffs, he was telling like how helpful they are, how they are building blocks for the next future and everything, right? So I want to tell about in the initial set of discussion, but I missed out. But what he was telling, right? So the way they have teached him to speak, to do a public speaking skills, to guide it in terms of presenting what he has studied, everything. Like he has presented it that he has done. They have handhold him and did that, right? So I wanted to make this a point that similar to these things, I believe like many more students or many more wonders that you all faculties can do. And I wish that we bring more folks here, a better future people, right? So when we started an organization, we were like asking we gave free training for 200 people, 300 people, right? So I'm more connected with doing trainings and workshops, right? So I gave freely for people lost in COVID jobs, right? So I really transformed, sat with people for 3 months, trained them, and they almost they joined all the MNCs, right? They were able to crack the interviews and joined all the MNCs by end of 2020. And when we started as a company, the people have got, okay, you started a company, we want to help you. And almost 25, 30 people out of them came in. And that's how the initial foundation happened in GWC, right? So training and grooming people is something is part of our ecosystem. And we appreciate the same with faculties who does it for the better future and helping people to go to the next level. With that, thanks for that. And then I think we can get into it. I'm going to address few of the questions that I got it. So it's been posted to chat to me. Can continuous learning improve the predictions of the maintenance agent? Yes. Right. I'm going to show you how the prompts is going to work, right? How it, because see, everything is a data set, right? Every data is being fed into the system. And again, when next run happens, the same data is being fed, right? With the history. So there will be a continuous improvement, but there should be a human intervention to look and improve because situation changes. The business may not be same. The situation may change. So you have to define the production constraints very clearly to have a better results. So how predictive maintenance contributes to resilience, right? Okay. Hmm. Let me answer that. So predictive maintenance, right? So if you look at it, so why the predictive maintenance? What is the purpose of having this predictive maintenance agent, right? If you look at it, the predictive maintenance agent is basically to reduce the downtime, right? The downtime is a very much major thing, right? So when you have a downtime, your production will get reduced, right? So in order to basically reduce your the downtime, right? So we wanted to basically improve the process time. For example, let's consider a machine has got the downtime and now their ticket has been raised. Now you get, okay, let me, for that question, I have another one beautiful presentation, right? I'll get into that. I'm sorry, I'm jumping to another side, but this is something I implemented for one of the customer, right? So this is with Microsoft one, right? This is for data center, but I've just put it machinery for your understanding, right? So what happened is this machinery, right? So here, manufacturing plant, IoT enabled industry systems, etc. Okay. So what happens here is when there is an IoT device there is a temperature increase. There is a threshold. Usually there is a data set with threshold. That machine can go to this pressure only, or there will be outliers, right? Basically, it will be a limit, upper limit, lower limit, and if it goes, there could be outliers. There could be a mid level of outliers, or possible it will go out of into the OS, right? So those things will be basically predefined in the data set. So whenever it is regularly reading the AI agent is going to look into and regularly read into the AI sorry, not AI, the IoT sensors, and if there is immediately there is a when they compare it, there is an out of scope, immediately it will get into an agent, right? So in this case I have put agent to human, right? So what happened in the same scenario of predictive maintenance I'm telling you? So there is an IoT device, it has identified there is something wrong, and what happens is in this case Microsoft, there is something called Copilot or AI Foundry, right? What it will do is, hey, it will immediately throw out an alert. We are using Power Automate, it's an automation tool, and apps printed, okay, it indicates. And also what it do is, okay, now my agent or AI agent, what it will do is it will go and study the issue. Have this issue happened before, right? Have this issue has occurred before? Is this issue, what was the solution that has been taken, right? What was the issue that has been taken, and whether this issue is a human solvable issue or agent solvable issue, it tries to identify that. If it is an agent solvable issue, from L1 agent, it will assign to L2 agent. L2 agent could be some code that can be deployed, right? If it is a human, it will assign to a maintenance guy. So that is where this agent to human or human to agent, whatever it applies. Suppose human has to come in and do something and assign it back to agent, it does that. So now agent will go and fix it. If it is a human, it will go, human will take. So this is the future specific. So I am looking at tomorrow agent will be there. If not agent, if human is there, human may use AR, VR devices. Basically, they wear in the glasses and go into the machine and they look at the machine. And then this is the future stack, which I wanted to tell you how AI agent can next go to the next future. That's why I put in the slide at the last. So this is for AR VR, how AR VR and AI agent can go hand in hand in future to fix maintenance or predictive maintenance a part of it. So this kind of things it will be able to do, right? So what are the, I mean, there are a lot of sensor questions related things. So if there is any specific scenario that needs a sensor, and you may ask a question how that sensor will be fed back to the system, right? Again, IoT system or application can be there, or an API can be there, or and again there could be signals that can be captured from the IoT devices through any transmitter or any kind of methods, and we'll be still able to track the record. So AI agent needs the trigger point, right? So the trigger point can be defined by human. Well, but if you have any questions, but you can still post it to Praveen or Vani, I'll be addressing it through that. Okay, now getting back to the I'll go back to the previous things, right? So where we left, right? Okay. So again, so I just this is a repeat of what I'm telling, so I'm gonna pass it faster, right? So operator machine information is which operator based on skills availability shift, again it tries to do the allocation. The timeline alignment maps the workforce combination to meet production schedules and reduce delays, which I've already covered. Again, constraints is factors in real time like downtime, operator fatigue, or resource conflicts. There is any inventory that is the resource is missing, or there is any other it could be a short power outage, right? So that could be any reason. So those are those constraints they will put in, right? So this can be captured in any kind of systems as well, and that can be fed into this AI, right? So now let us jump into AI agent. So I'm gonna I'm going to jump into this one, right? So this is a capacity planning agent. This is done as a short, this was done as a POC, but real implementation we have done, but I cannot show the real implementation. It is an NDA breach for us, so we are not going to do that. So this is like, consider there is a total 150 machine, right? 75 is available and 75 is occupied. Suppose if you have a part number and you need 20 products, and if you need it in 2 days, right? For example, right? It triggers a workflow. A workflow is triggered. What is that workflow? Okay, workflow is nothing but, let's look into it. Capacity planning. So this is for healthcare. I'll take manufacturing one, right? Okay. So if you look at it, the workflow is there. What is the workflow? Workflow is there in everywhere, in every system, right? In every, if you look at in Microsoft, there is called Power Automate, and there is again in AI Foundry, there is again the workflows that are there. Flows are basically the connecting part of all the different systems, right? Consider a trigger point is started, right? Let's look at an order is placed in this particular thing. So it's going to take 30 minutes. So currently, maybe I can show you what has happened in the previous feed, right? Because it goes into multiple systems, and it'll give, for example, Subhash has given this machine, and okay, sorry, not this one. This is an outcome. Okay, for example, I have posted 3000, and in 2 days, these is a vendor name, and these are the things. And then I also post, for example, let me go and tell you which is the part. Okay, this is the part, and this is 2 day, and this is the timeline. Okay, I'm sorry, this is one. Okay, the Subhash, and then I this is the thing. So what it will give you is, suppose if you need in 2 days, it will tell you maybe you don't need 24 48 hours. You can do it in 19 hours with 82% of accuracy, suggested accuracy. The machine available immediately with no schedule time. There is no that machine, whatever you have mentioned here, is immediately available, and the operator is 15 plus years of experience, and they have a consistent performance with similar parts. They have worked with the similar parts with the history of data, and they have provided a good quality with minimal rejection. So it has given you an outcome, right? So basically it goes there, and it tries to go get into all the data sets, and it gives you the information, right? So these are the total shift details or employee information. So you can look at the orders, right? So these are the different orders that has been placed, and based on that order, who is working on what order, right? The order is the one, this one, and order who is working on that order. The existing people who are already working on the orders, right? So let me reframe that what I've told you. Whenever an order comes in, it could be a CRM system like Salesforce or anything. Like, consider that could be a system. Whenever an order is posted there, it will come here, it will trigger this workflow, and the workflow, what it will do is it gets executed, and it first looks into manufacturing agent. So let me open it up and show you, so you will understand what. So what and all it takes, it takes a lot of variables like duration, machine availability, manager ID, operator data, all these different variables. It takes it. So what happens here is, once it gets into the manufacturing data, it looks into the condition, right? So what happened, this condition is whether the product is available or not. For example, in initial cases, suppose an order is given, right? Suppose in some manufacturing places, the order can be taken by the company itself. Sometimes they have to give it to vendor, maybe secondary companies of theirs, right? So there is a condition. Do you have enough machines and people? If no, then the vendor agent will come in. What vendor agent will do, right? So this is the prompt one. So vendor details, supervisor name, their quantity required, what is the deadline, right? Like with that, it will go and ask for the approval, right? And then it goes to send a mail to a vendor, and it ends that loop. So if we have the enough machines, then it stores it, and then it will try to allocate the people, right? allocate the people and do a text generation. Okay, so how many people are there and what is the which machine that has to be done, and what is time is they going to take, all this thing it will get into this, and it will give suggestions. So what we did was, what if that whatever the plan given doesn't work out, right? So we gave suggestion task. Suggestion task is what it will do is it will tell if there will be two suggestions, what is the top ranking it, right, which is the top two best suggestions that will take, and based on that suggestion one it will go and feed it again, suggestion two it will go and again feed it email to the people, right? And then email to the people, then people, if it is an roasting app or something, we can feed it to the roasting app or their HRMS portal. Hey, today you are aligned to that mission, like that we can do, right? So this is one such flows, and there could be a lot of complicated cases, right? So one output can be fed into another flow, and here if you look at this bot symbol is what agent is. So here we are using manufacturing agent and vendor identification based on ranking, right? That agent, and then for text generation we are using generative AI, right? This is a generative AI, right? So we are using functions for that, and we are using input for previous steps input as this one. For example, if you look at this, right, if I look at, you are an AI assistant agent that transform technical production suggestions into natural language explanations, and it will you have to give it in this format, right? So we initially configure this and give it as a prompt to the system, right? And then based on that prompt and structure it will gives you the output, right? So this is one such scenario where it will give you those things. And here, if you look at the below one, which I skipped, right? So these are the vendors, right? The vendor could be AB Metals, and AB Metals offers most cost effective. So what it reason? Okay, why did you choose that vendor? Okay, someone has to know, right? Hey, why suddenly this AB Metals has come in? So we are giving the reasoning from AI as well. It will tell you because he's giving at this price and his delivery rate is 98.6%, and any order he do is in 2 days. So that also it does it here. So this is a real time we have implemented to the customer, right? And is it 100% usable? Currently, no, to be very honest. We have implemented to a only certain more organized part of the manufacturing plant, right? Because it's a new system we have implemented 6 months back, and it's been improved, and slowly it's been expanding to the rest of the areas in the manufacturing plant. So currently it is for more of a straightforward or less constraint based manufacturing thing, right? Where less systems are involved. So tomorrow, if there is a lot of constraints, it becomes hypothetical, right? So we wanted to first implement and make it operational, and currently it is operational for them for 5% of the production that's happening inside for that customer. So if there is any questions, you can post it. Maybe last I'll try to address that. But yeah, this is one such agent which we are doing it. So I'll just look at if I can show you the prompt one, right? So how to build an AI agent? So in this demo, it is the way here. Okay, we need to prepare and optimize. I'm giving this is locked for me because I'm not the developer, right? So this is basically it tells that we are configured these variables and information. Okay, we need to prepare and optimize production data set for this supervisor, and this quantity is 123, or I mean this is the number. Quantities is pulled out from what they have fed into the system, and the duration, and then it tries to get into how many parts are there, what is the part cycle time is a part to complete a full production, how much time it takes. So these are all data sets. Okay, these all are data sets, machine availability, plan data, all these are data sets. So it's trying to get into the data sets, and I'm giving an instruction. Hey, you are an intelligent production planning assistant for a manufacturing unit. Your tasks are these things. Can you do this? And then agent response has to give in this tabular format or this ID format, and that will be fed into the next system, right? So we are capturing current timestamp. We can even query the database. So when you generate it, query with SQL, query for data matching on all those things, what kind of queries it will pass. So these tool, what it does is query with SQL means whenever you ask what is the part cycle time, what it does, it query to the database. When you put a question to that, it queries to the database and then bring back the data and do the knowledge, right? So if you want to have a knowledge base, if you remember in the initial case, if you the level 3 autonomy, right, the semi autonomous, where you have to attach in file data set to do a reference of that, right? So you can add those here, right? And then that will be added to part of your workflow, and it will give you the results in the front end, right? So that is a part of capacity planner. I'll pass for a minute. If you have any questions, any major questions, I'd like to answer that. So I'll just look into my channel questions. Yes, so manufacturing capacity planning tool. Again, I have answered this question, but I'll gonna touch base once again, right? So manufacturing capacity planning tool is already there in the market, but it is a predefined, and every time it is like human has to go and fill details, and next level it approved, another person it gets assigned. All these flows will be manually human intervention. Maybe we can deploy this with the manufacturing capacity planning tool. We can work with them and implement this. It could be useful for them, but most of the cases the scenario of the customer is very, very, very dynamic, right? And it becomes a huge, very difficult for customer to completely use the same tool, right? They have to again depend on look at again, an integration has to set up. So capacity planning tool, it has to connect to HRMS, it has to connect to so many tools, right? What if every data is given to AI? AI can do your work. Why you need capacity planning tool when AI can do everything and give you the output, right? So that is why if you go and Google it, right, they will tell um, the SaaS products are going down because of AI agents, right? AI agent is eating up the SaaS market, right? So that is a statement that has been going as a very hot topics in a lot of places. So is it free? No, it's not free. So we are a Domo partner, and it's provided us for free. And we have 100 plus AI agent we have built. So I can show you that as well, right? So not just manufacturing or healthcare, we have done this agent. So if you go to domo .com AI agents, so these are a couple of agents built by me, right? So one is card. This is in a Domo website, right? This is like, yeah, you can find my name, Prasanna Srinivasan, and those are a couple of things built by me, and not just me, but we have a lot of people who have built it along with me. So more into retail, it will be marketing and retail, security, and then finance, operations, digital marketing. So many things are there. We have built all the 50 agent as a case study, and if you look at it, these are the different tools that are integrated with on the sideways, right? And if there is anything that can be taken for the customer, they are going to look at these. And we are building around 80 for 80 customers. We are building around initial level of AI agents for them. So 50 is released. Another 50 we are going to release in a month, before September 15th, I believe. That's where a couple of team members are traveling to US, and before that we wanted to have that. So that's in pipeline. And um, so to answer it, is it only Domo that does AI agent? No, no, no. We have AI Foundry. This is an Azure one. Whatever I showed you is an Azure one. So when it's a simple AI agent, right? So we can use Power Apps, Copilot features can be done. When it's a complex one where AI agent can has to be maybe feeded with lot of compute power and everything, then you have to go for AI Foundry, where Open AI services, Azure AI Search, Agentic AI services are all there, right? In similarly, Google also has a different set of things that has to be there as part of this, right? So so we can use any kind of tools. So we are planning also to build AI that can be deployable in Google, means Google or Azure or any environment, right? So we are also building those kind of AI agent, because today if they don't want to Azure, they want to move it to GCP, that the migration becomes a bigger headache for the customers, right? So we told them we are building a very scalable one where if today you want to deploy here, tomorrow you want to deploy somewhere, yeah, we can do that. So that's how we're building AI agents. And right. So, and what happens? What are the different things we can do as part of this AI agents, right? So, so one is we can do so for predictive maintenance, for quality, digital twin, regulated. Leave out the healthcare manufacturing, right? Let's look into actual healthcare, right? So in, for example, diagnosis, right? How my AI agent can do diagnosis, right? So for example, like some of the person was asking about the medical sensors, right? So there are a lot of medical devices that has a lot of data that is being and report gets generated. What if in a hospital, right? You go in, right? And you just go and you just feed these are my symptoms, and it will blood test, and then for maybe these days you book an appointment, you go there, give your blood and everything, the reports gets automatically updated, and based on the report it will generate a detailed history of yours and submit it to the doctor has to know go and check every pages. He may miss items, right? But AI might not miss any outliers, right? So it will give a complete a picture about the person, height, BMI, everything it will give you, right? And then the person, what kind of medication, if he is taking any existing medication, all this information it will try to extract from the person and it will give you. So today now they have to just go again, someone has to go to billing counter, pay it. What if the AI done, it will automatically process it, and basically they can save time, right? So those kind of AI agents are also there. So let's look into the marketing aspects. I was working with Narayana Hirudare, right? So NH, right? So when we were working with NH, they wanted to basically take the reports from lot of places, right? A lot of labs everywhere, blood tests, everything is there. No, they used to collect the data. They used to run marketing campaign. So Narayana is best for heart diseases, right? So they used to run campaign and we were building that. So what we will do, we'll collect all the reports and we will try to, at that time it's more of automations, but now I'll tell you how the GenAI can. What it will do is they with all the information we identify which people has more heart disease related symptoms, right? And then we put them like, hey, you have 20% offer, 30% offer, and we'll try to pull them back to hospital. The one thing is they are at risk, they have to be think. Another way is hospital is basically we convert them, and for sure there is a problem with them and they can make money. So both way, right? The risk of the patient, the life gets saved, and hospital also gets money. So that is one thing. So how, if AI agent is there, right? If it gets all the information from different labs that are available, it can automatically go and create. It can do mails. No one has to configure mail and do it all. It'll automatically do the email drafting, and it will send it. It will automatically send brochures. It will automatically send appointment, right? It will automatically send whatever they have to do for pulling, right? Or tomorrow, if they are looking at Instagram, their account, whenever they are using Instagram, it will try to post the brochures. It will show it to them. So those kind of AI agent, where how to convert that basically into a footfall. They call it as footfall increase, right? To hospitals, right? So that was a bigger target which we were when we were working, right? So when footfall happens, what is the footfall conversion, right? Through which medium they got converted. So all these things now AI will try to be very smart. So in the last conference when I was doing, the people was a very kind of question they asked me, right? So does agents or AI is gonna take your jobs away, right? So to the question, to that answer again, AI agent is gonna fasten uh, the time process that's happening in everything. That is not gonna take away jobs. That's gonna increase the job load basically, because today you are doing 5 items in a day. Now AI agent can make you to do 25 tasks a day. That is what gonna happen in the thing. And more production is gonna happen, more work is gonna happen, more cuts of mundane jobs is gonna go away. And then those are the things that is gonna basically happen, right? So I can show you other two workflows. So front end is nothing simple. So, but I can show you other two workflows also, how we have defined it. So consumables agent, right? So I'll show you that also interesting piece. Okay, so consumable agents gets data from PPC, production agent, and it configures a mail response, right? So how many people are there, how many response, or how many consumables they should have. If it is approved automatically, so it based on the target, it approves automatically. If it is rejected, it goes out to the PO person, right? So like that we can configure. That could be simple agent also. That could be complicated agent. Now let's look into the predictive maintenance, which I think most of the people were interested. So in predictive agent, so we are doing two things. Again, this is a simple agent. So capacity one is the more thing. So this is more of what happens here is, so it's try to identify whether tool lifetime and the scheduled maintenance. So scheduled is something that is basically already this machine has to be scheduled. They already scheduled it. Tool lifetime is how much the machine is going to get, and based on what is the lifetime they have, and what is the other apart from this, what are the different criteria consumables that can basically cost for this particular predictive maintenance cost, right? So this is one such agent to do that. I'll also just give me a second. I'll also, so meanwhile you can post the questions. I'll also bring one more workflow to basically show you how it can improve your thing. Once again. So any other questions you have, please post it to me.
Sir, as of now, there are this question which has been posted already.
Okay, I'm gonna look into that. Give me a second.
Yeah. Where most of the questions are being addressed by you, sir.
Thank you so much. Okay, while I'm bringing that up, right? So I have it in a different instance. I'm gonna log out my current Microsoft instance and gonna log into the other one. So meanwhile, right. So meanwhile, I wanted to check with you guys. So what do you think? Maybe you can put it in comment. What do you think about AI agent? What do you feel about whatever I have explained, right? So it's gonna be a lot of learning, or what is that is gonna have it with you? What do you think about it? What is your opinion about it? So you can put it over the chat. I'll be pretty interested to look at it. Right. So okay. So very informative session. Thank you so much. Right. Uh, okay. I can send the PPT. Couple of people have asked for a PPT. Right. Okay. Replenishment agent. Someone is asking, what is the role of a replenishment agent in healthcare? Right. So consider, right? Let me put it out the same way. Replenishment agent, right? I think I don't have access to this, so I'm gonna still continue the same thing, right? Okay. So let us look into the replenishment agent, which I was presenting, right? So how it can be doing wonders for the healthcare, right? So let me get into that, right? How it can basically one do that. So consider there is a surgery that is happening, right? Now tell me, while doing a surgery for anyone, there are certain medical components such as gloves, medicines. They will immediately go and ask to buy it, right? From the maybe pharma, right? I mean, medicine, pharma people, right? Inside the hospitals, right? So those kind of things, right? Consider if doctor wants to do this test immediately, this smart replacement agent, what it can do is it can go and put an order into those counters, right? The medical counters where people can go, the nurse can automatically go and get the orders without any approval, right? So now what happens, the people will give, and the person has to go to and apply there and put a sign for, okay, that we will pay it later and the final settlement, and then they get back, right? That is one example. If smart replacement agent is there, hey, my doctor has asked this, with one click already order is placed into the counter in to the nurses and other pharma people, right? So they can go and keep it ready, and then it can be taken. So there's no documentation procedures. AI agent already did its work. It already, if it you want it to check whether it is already there in the inventory, it can check it and do, right? So that is the pharmacy, right? So that is where the smart replacement can act on, right? It can predict today 50 people, 50 100 this product needles have been used. Tomorrow it can be 100 orders may come in. It can even improve the pharmacies orders, right? So that no need to human to do look into it and place an order. Smart replacement will do it, right? So that does the forecasting and all the informations, right? So I have almost covered the parts of my session, whichever I planned. I have given, actually I planned one agent, but since I think you guys were more interested, and I feel the questions were more sensible questions, and I was pretty interested in answering those, and I wanted to show more things, right? That's how I've showed the other PPTs and all. Um, uh, so for this you have to purchase a Domo, or you have to purchase Microsoft Azure portal, and you have to use it, or you can just have an AI agent using Python, right? You can build your own flows using Python also, if you don't want money to be spent, but there are tools to basically save time rather than coding, right? um, so that is all, like a high level of what AI agent and how it can do for the manufacturing and healthcare industries, right? So today the healthcare industry is much minimal. As I told you in the initial part of the call, the BRICS is coming in, and there is a lot of pharma and the medicines industries that are going on, and we see a lot of growth in this industry, and especially biomedical industries, right? So they're going to boom, and they're going to be lost. A lot of cost cutting is required, and AI agent is going to come in, IoT is going to come in, and it's going to do a lot of sessions, lot of values to it. So, but that's the future, but the future is not only this. Today, AI is, it's evolving like anything, and tomorrow I'm gonna tell you it's the same thing one of our mentor like Ganesh Radhakrishnan told us. So it's gonna be the quantum computing, the AR VR, right? And then the AI, it's gonna combine hand to hand, and it's gonna make a lot of change in the market, and it's gonna save a lot of lives, it's gonna save a lot of human activities, and human can advance things faster, right? So if you look at 1920 to 1940, the advancement to 19, for example, 2000 to 2005, the advancement difference is high because certain things are automated. Similarly, AI is going to do those automations, and we have, instead of the same pace, if it takes 5 years to do a transformation, it's going to take 1 year or 20 months, right? Maybe 1 year, right? So like that, it's going to be a greater transformation, and uh, and with that, I want to put a closing note. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, Praveen and Vani, but also thank you for them and listening and asking right question, keeping me engaged. We love teaching, and this kind of sessions improve me, and even I wanted to learn more and look at what I can do. The next FTP, how I can give more information to you guys and keep you guys updated so that our next generation is also updated. Thank you for so much for this opportunity, and
Thank you, Prasanna. I
thank you
think
for
you would have got all the good feedbacks. Rather giving me a thanks, you would have seen a good feedback at the YouTube.
thank you so
So
much.
session was very informative and was useful also. And that would have realized based on the questions which was being asked by the participants. Thanks a lot, Prasanna, for accepting the invitation and giving us a good lecture, which was so informative.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prasanna.
Thank you. Take care. Hope
Thank
you
you.
enjoyed it. You can reach out to me in LinkedIn or anything if you have any further questions,
Sure,
or you
we'll
can
catch up
reach
in
out to me.
LinkedIn, sir.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, sir. Bye, sir. Welcome, ma'am. Kiruba, ma'am.
Hi, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Hi, ma'am. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Ma'am, shall we start?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. We can start.
Yeah, this is on to the 6th day of the online FDP. Dr. Kiruba Karuppannan is the guest of this particular session, who is working as Vice President in GenAI Developer in a Natwest Group, Bengaluru. She completed a PhD in Computer Science Engineering at Anna University, focused on cutting-edge computer vision, including real-time human actions and facial expressions recognition. She brings extensive industry experience from Wipro and Tech Mahindra, where she developed practical AI solutions for telecom and manufacturing sectors, specializing in AI/ML, generative AI, LLMs, and cloud-based deployments. Her expertise spans machine learning, deep learning, and full life cycle of AI model development. This unique combination of deep theoretical knowledge and applied industry expertise allows her to contribute significantly to both academic and practical dimensions of AI. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the warm welcome. So, good evening, one and all present here. So, in this session, we are going to talk about GenAI predictive modeling in patient monitoring. So, in this particular session, we are going to cover about basics of continuous patient monitoring versus remote patient monitoring, and the role of predictive modeling, how we handled predictive modeling in ML based approach, and when things got changed, how we are utilizing effectively GenAI in predictive modeling, and what is the limitation is there and what is the challenges is incorporated with it. And thirdly, we are going to see about few use cases where we can utilize GenAI in patient monitoring. And so the main important use case would be the anomaly detection, where it provide the significant impact in predictive modeling. So we are going to detailedly talk about anomaly detection in healthcare, how we can leverage GenAI in anomaly detection. And finally, this session would cover the hands-on session, where we are going to see about how we can utilize GenAI models and how we can do some better management in using prompt engineering. So these are the roadmaps we are going to cover in this today's session. Okay, let's dive into the session. So why like healthcare sector itself are very critical, and people are rely on it. So 80% of health outcomes can be predicted with continuous data monitoring and AI driven insights. So it is obviously we are in the need of AI driven insights. So now I'm going to talk about the what is the difference between the continuous patient monitoring versus remote patient monitoring. So especially, for example, in continuous patient monitoring, the patient will be admitted in the hospital. It might be the ICU or operating room, where the patient's data are collected in real time. So continuously, each and every second, we are collecting the information. So the data will be vast, and it is how they are collecting those data would be, it might be a bedside monitors and hospital sensors, and it will be always trigger from the patients, and it will collect those information. So this information will be used by the doctors or nurses in the hospital to treat the person in the critical care. So how effectively we can utilize those continuous data and how we can save the life. So this is the ultimate task of continuous patient monitoring. And whereas the remote patient monitoring, the patient who doesn't want to come and visit hospital frequently or daily basis, or they don't want to spend their time in hospital environment, and they can take the entire technology setup in their home, like wearable sensors, like watches, smart watches, which can take all the vital signs from the patients, and it may be a home medical devices or mobile apps. They can capture those information. It might not be continuous one, but they can take periodic information. For example, it might be a minute based, hourly based, or it might be a daily based on the doctor's advice. So which will help the patient as well as the provider remotely. They can help the patients as well as patient get a clarity about what is happening in their body. And which the main purpose of this remote patient monitoring will be chronic care and preventive care based one. So now we know this difference, right? In both the scenario, the data will be large. We are going to utilize on the large scale platform, and the scale, it will be scalable. We can't expect the how much amount of data comes when it is taking each and every seconds from the human body. So in that large amount of scenario, how we are predicting something from it is a challenging one, and which is simplified using machine learning. So now one question I would like to give you. So anybody in this live platform, like a live session, anyone using any of the wearable sensors to take care of you? You can just make it in a chat. You can think anybody using any wearable sensors or any medical devices. Are you using daily basis or monthly basis, or what are the devices you are using? You can just think and you can just place. Okay, hope some, okay. So obviously we are in the need, right? So we are in a need of utilizing those wearable sensors, which will give a clarity about our health. So now we know the difference between these patient monitoring, and now we will jump into how the predictive modeling comes in. So now we have the data, and how the predictive modeling worked when we worked with machine learning models, we will see. Then we will jump into GenAI models. So when we are dealing with machine learning models, those time the data should be a structured or Tableau format, and we need to spend some time on the historical data with the clear labeling part. So a lot of labeled data we will try to prepare, and which will provide the prediction, just yes or no, what is the risk score, what is the value of it, whether it is a disease or not, like that. Without any detailed explanation, we will come up with some prediction. And so what is the, it is easy to explain, but when we are using certain machine learning model, but when it is comes to deep learning model, it was hard to explain it. And the general use cases would be chronic disease risk, and readmission prediction, and sepsis related indication, and all we can easily identify when we are dealing with machine learning models. And nowadays, the clinicians, whoever it might be, they are using the ML model. We are not only dealing with some structured data, or we are not only expecting some prediction result. We are expecting some recommendation based output, and our input also will be vary in day-to-day basis based on the technology advancement is evolving. For example, based on the technology development, a lot of the medical imaging technology is evolving. So we might be get the combination of image-based inputs, text-based input, signal-based input. Sometimes it might be a structured one also. So how we are going to handle these kind of unstructured and structured input? There, the answer would be deep learning based approach, where it can capable to work on images, signals effectively. And now again, so why so now we can utilize a generative like a deep learning model when we have the unstructured data and the structured data, and where the GenAI will play a role. So the GenAI will bring everything in a understandable way. Okay, for example, apart from the prediction, it could capable to generate data. In this generated data might be the scenario based one. It may be enhance our images which we are feeding in as a input, and it can provide some recommendation, and it can provide some detailed impact why the decision made. So everything is possible when we are utilizing GenAI. And also it can reduce the labeling. It may like we can generate the synthetic data, so which is hardly reducing the labeling needs also. And the only thing people need to know about is in machine learning model, we could able to identify which feature is impacted a lot to come up with some certain decision, right? But in deep learning models, in generative models, it is hard to explain, and it was a black box until explainable AI comes to the place. Okay, and so those thing like this was one of the limitation people tried to identify it, and the researchers working on the explainable AI, and most of our session talks about explainable AI. So I just chose to pitch in on explainable AI part. So for example, you build some system using GenAI for predictive modeling, and now it might be take here I am providing it as a X-ray images. So X-ray image is your input, and you come up with that extra lung image. You can consider lung X-ray image during the COVID time. It was a very famous use case, right? So you have come up with some solutions, some prediction or classification. You got some result, but how which feature provide or which pixel influenced a lot to come up with the decision, which can be deliberately we can visualize using shape or line or outline sensitivity or the heat map related view. We can visualize to the people which feature influenced a lot. What are the pixel? It took a lot of importance to come up with the decision of COVID or not. So like how the explainable AI provide or build trust to the clinicians as well as the patients. Okay, so now one small question from this side: how many of you would be comfortable if your diagnosis came from a black box AI? Can you reply in the chat? How many of you would be comfortable if your diagnosis come from a black box AI? Obviously no, right? So everybody needs to know about, and it is mandatory to know about what is why that medicine is giving to us, what is the treatment, and why the treatment giving to us. Each and every procedure, whatever we are getting from the doctors or any healthcare providers, we need to know about why. So that why will be give a clarity to us, which bring the trust to the patient as well as the clinicians. Okay. Now we know about the what is patient monitoring, and how the predictive modeling will play a role in when we are using machine learning and when we are using GenAI approach. Now, most of your session we are going to in this 1 week, you might be come up with a lot of use cases, so we can revise some of the use cases from here. So the first one is medical imaging analysis. So medical imaging will play a major role, and so we can utilize GenAI to enhance the quality of the image, to enhance the prediction, everything, and drug discovery, personalized treatment plan. So personalized treatment plan will be very effective when the risk score of certain based on the vital information, and we are predicting some results which will bring the personalized treatment plans, and it will impact the human's life. And when we are getting some personalized treatment plans, we will be, the patients usually feel satisfied by the treatment. So it will play a major role. And virtual health assistant, even we are using ChatGPT to day-to-day life to get to know about small things, to get resolved within a few minutes of chat with ChatGPT, right? The same thing, if you are suffering from something and we don't have any clue before visit the doctor, we need to know about the basic information about our what we are feeling in our body. We can just ask with that virtual assistant, when we can get to know about it, right, in rough way. So virtual health assistant playing a major role in major role. And predictive analytics. So predictive analytics, it is very much important when the patient is need to be the continuous monitoring scenario, right? It is very much needed one. And the enhanced telemedicine, synthetic data generation, patient monitoring, clinical decision support, in all the way we can utilize GenAI, and we can get the effective result. And we can see about what is the GenAI benefits versus what is the challenges is available. In benefits part, we can slightly see about like it can improve the patient satisfaction. It can improve the clinicians' benefit also there. They can get the first line opinion from the GenAI models, and it will provide the effective administrative task. And based on the skill set, we can assign the doctors to the patient, and it will try to reduce the readmission task, and it can able to detect what is the main cause, why the readmission is happening. Every insights we can get when we are utilizing GenAI effectively. And the personalized care, and which improved the diagnostic accuracy. So everything is in the accuracy benefit, everything is satisfied. And in challenge part, only the concern would be the ethical and privacy and security part, because healthcare data is very sensitive one. No one like to reveal their own their health related data, right? So data privacy concerns would be there. That is why the federated learning techniques play a role, where we no need to put all our health related data in some central repository. Instead of that, wherever you are keeping your health related data, we can plug in our model in on top of that data, so that each one the data privacy will be also concerned, and it will be also like satisfied when we are utilizing the federated learning, like IBM Watson Healthcare, which is totally we no need to be pull our data to the centric part. So we can plug in the model on the data. And implementation cost wise also, where GenAI model prediction cost and the GenAI implementation phase itself, it will consume a lot of cost, and which is less when compared to machine learning is less, right? In terms of cost wise, when we are building some model using machine learning, it is cost the consumable cost. And the ethical consideration also one of the main challenge when we are using GenAI. So now we know about the basic information about what are the GenAI use cases are there, and how we can leverage GenAI in some of the use cases. We are going to discuss about 3 important use cases. Then we quickly move to the demo part. Okay, and here the AI in remote patient monitoring use case. early detection of health deterioration. So here, the early detection of health deterioration is the difference between whether we are predicting or proactively identifying our disease instead of treating our disease reactively. Okay, so this is the main important way. So what is the phases will involve in early detection of health deterioration would be, the first phase will be we are continuously monitoring the data, and the second thing would be the personalized baseline. So we know, right, each and every person's baseline would be we can establish based on that. If any deviation is there, we can precisely alert the healthcare providers, and we can get the necessary impact, necessary treatment. So early issue identification. So identify potential issues early. So this is the important one in health sector. So proactive versus reactive care will play a major role. Okay, it will save lot of people's life, right? And so now we know that early detection is important. So what are the components are taking care when we are working on early detection? So first thing is near real-time monitoring. Okay, and second one is pattern recognition. Third one is anomaly detection. Fourth one is predictive analytics. So near real-time monitoring, it is a continuous data. So based on the sensor information, whatever we are collecting from the patients, it will be recorded. It is a continuous data stream. It will be our input. So we collected the input. And in patient recognition, so using machine learning, deep learning, or neural network based models, we can utilize on top of this complex or large scale data which is collected from that near reliable monitoring, right, to find hidden patterns and what is the correlation is available. Because when we are collecting near real-time data, it is the human who is monitoring and detecting something is different. Because when we are dealing with large-scale data, some hidden patterns or some hidden correlations might be captured using effective artificial intelligence techniques. And the third one is anomaly detection. So the anomaly detection, it will know when we are it will totally one certain points or one particular point is totally different from the remaining collection of data points. We are calling it as anomalies. So which will bring the big impact in the human's life. Because especially in healthcare sector, the anomaly detection will play a major role. Whenever the anomaly detection detected, it might be based on the severity of something, or it might be a system fault also, or it might be error also, to correct immediately. Okay, or to treat immediately. So anomaly detection will play a major role. We will talk about the different types of anomaly in the future slide. And the fourth one is predictive analytics. So based on the historical data, how we are effectively predicting something which will impact our treat our disease effectively. So predictive analysis also will taken care. So model generate some risk score and predictions about some future event. It might be disease progression or complication, or it might be a hospital readmission, everything. So these and all comes under predictive analytics. So once the predictive analytics happen, we can perform some actionable alerts. So when a model identify a concerning trend, it alerts healthcare provider, giving them a critical window to intervene before crisis occur. So we are just making one alert to the to do next, what to do next. Okay, so this is the key components which is involving in the AI enabled early detection. So now we are going to see about how it impact. So as I mentioned, it is providing reactive care to proactive one to increase the improved outcomes. So reactive care, we no need to wait for symptoms to worsen. Okay, when we are not taken care of this early detection, so the we missed to identify the disease, how what stage it is, or how worse it is, we don't know. And early detection, it will try to monitor patients data remotely, and whenever we are getting some whenever we are capturing some data in periodic manner, we can based on the response, we can timely intervention, and we can give our proactive care to the patient, and which will impact the overall outcomes. And we can see about this is the impact, and the main challenges and consideration would be, what would be the algorithm accuracy? Can I trust AI model? Is it transparent? Is it reliable? Is it precise, or is it explainable to justifiable the disease, what it predicts? Everything it matters. So algorithm accuracy will be a consideration, and the data security. So all it will be comes in all the use cases. It will be impact, data security will impact, and user engagement, and whether it is whether it is user friendly interface or not, how whether user know about this technology, how it would be. So user engagement also would be a challenging one. Okay, so let me I have so much theoretical related, so I jump to the demo part sometime and I come back here. So far we saw about patient monitoring and what is predictive modeling, and how we taken care the predictive modeling using machine learning and deep learning approach, and some of the applications we have covered, what are the use cases we can utilize the machine like GenAI use cases. And we saw about one important use case when the early detection will help patients. Okay, now I go to the demo, I come back to the slide. Okay. Okay, can you everyone see my screen, right? I hope, ma'am, can you confirm? Can you see my Google AI Studio page? Hi, ma'am. Vani, ma'am. Okay. Okay. Am I audible? Praveen?
Yes, ma'am. Audible, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So, okay. So, first of all, I would like to give, you can utilize Google Colab for this experimentation. And I'm going to use Gemini model. So, to get API key to run Gemini model, you can use this aistudio.google.com page, where you can get your model information, and also you can create your own API key. Okay, and you can just you want to try something, some prompt here, you can open to work here also, and if you are satisfying, you can take the prompt to the coding in Colab. So now I would like to give you how you can create API key here. So here, get API key, you can go here, and here you can see create API key, and you can choose your Google Cloud projects, and once you click that, it will show us create API key in existing project. If you click it, you will come up with that API key you can utilize for your GenAI related use cases. So I already created one, so I will utilize the same here. So, and also you can view in this page what all the models are available. So here I would like to show about what are the models are available here. Okay. Yeah. So in this stream, you can see how many models are there. So Gemini 2.5 Flash, 1.5 Flash, 2.0 Flash. So almost many models are nearly 8 models are available here. You can utilize which one you want. And all those 1.0 to 2.5, the latest release, everything is multimodal model where you can utilize the input as a text or images or the audio clips, okay, whatever it might be. So all type of data it is capable to perform. And here, so once you open this Google Colab, the one important package which will give the connection between the Google AI Studios model, a model is Google-Generative AI. So you can install this particular package along with Streamlit application. I go and connect my runtime here. So CPU is enough for me as of now. So once I get connected, and okay, so I just provided the basic how we can utilize our prompt, and I provided some sample data which will help you to enhance your input as well as your prompt. Okay, so first of all, I'm passing my API key. So this is the import function of Google.generative AI package, and here GenAI configure, I am passing my API key which I created in my Google AI Studio. And once I configured my API key, I can pass my model. So Gemini 1.5 Flash I'm using. So we have Gemini Pro models and Flash model. Pro model will be helpful for deeper reasoning kind of works, and Flash model will be faster and cheaper as well. So I'm go with Flash model, and here we can choose model equal to Gemini.generative model of, we are passing the model name. So now we are good with the model, and now we are passing the sample data. So sample data here I am passing what is the patient's baseline value should be in terms of heart rate, BP and temperature, and what is the current value of that particular person, and what is the context. So the context would be the surgical 6 hours after procedure. So the patient's current status, I am mentioning it as a context. So this is the example patient data we are giving to the model, and in the prompt we are mentioning about you are a clinical decision support AI. So we are providing the role to the model, to our LLM model, and clinical decision support AI is the model, is the role we are providing. And the next thing is analyze the following patient's data and identify anomalies compared to baseline. Okay, so here we have the current data and it should compare with the baseline. So whatever the baseline value we provided, it should compare and explain possible cause and suggest whether escalation is needed. We need to, it should compare and it should come up with what is the possible causes and what is the escalation need to taken care. And what is the response format we want from here is whether it is no anomaly is there or not, what is the cause and what is the action. So this is the output we are expecting from the model. And along with the prompt, we are passing our input data. So patient data. So this part will go along with the prompt, and these prompt we are passing to the model. So here our model is there. And along with that, we are dot generate underscore content of prompt. We are passing our prompt here, and we can print the response as a text. Okay. So now I run this script. So I go and run the pip install package, and then I run this. So you can see the Gemini's output. What is the anomalies? Increased heart rate. So heart rate is increased. So it is no heart rate. The baseline value is 70 and current value is 118. So heart rate is increased. and what is the cause. Because we provided the context also, right? They are 6 hours from the surgery, so it might be a pain, because of the pain, because of the stress, because of dehydration. Likewise, what is the possibility of the that particular heart rate increased scenario happened? It is providing the cause, and what is the action we can perform for it. So monitor health heart rate closely, assess pain levels, check for signs of dehydration, infection. So likewise, it is providing some action. So it will know, it will give, it is not going to replace the anybody. Like even nurses can take it as a initial draft and initial suggestion from the AI. Along with that, they can take some decision from their experience, and they can treat the patients. So that is we are making the things simplify to clinicians. And the second scenario is blood pressure. It is suddenly dropped. So low blood pressure, BP. What would be the cause? So fluid loss, bleeding and dehydration, and sepsis, cardiac issues. So these may be the cause. Okay. And what is the action? We need to closely monitor the BP. So likewise, each and every scenario, it is taken care. And next, temperature. So elevated temperature, so it may be infection. So likewise, it is taken care each and every parameter, and it compared with the baseline, and it provided the cause and what is the action it should taken care. So everything we can see. And also finally, we come up with escalation. Escalation is true. And why that is true? Because significant deviations from baseline in all these three scenarios, heart rate, BP, and temperature. So potential for serious post-surgical complications. So everything, whatever it is producing as an output, it is producing with evidence why that decision happened. So this is how the generative AI model will help in predictive monitoring. Okay. So now we know, right, how it is comparing. Now another scenario, I'm taking some time series anomaly detection. Okay, I'm having this time series value. Model should, it is a continuous glucose monitor data, and the model should understand this data, and it should come with which one is anomaly. Okay, so here we can see the prompt. You are monitoring glucose value from a continuous glucose monitor. The baseline range would be 90 to 130, and this is the input data as of now. Okay, we are giving it, and we are providing all the tasks. So earlier we will code lot of things, right? So how we will call the models, and we will perform a lot of pre-processing steps to pass it into the model. So now it is we are just one step away from the prompt. So we can assign all the tasks to the prompt to the model. So you should detect anomalies in the sequence, explains why they are unusual, suggest possible causes, and respond as JSON with keys. How what is my format of output? Everything I can provide in the prompt. So I want anomalies. What is the anomalies, and what is the explanation why it is detecting that as an anomaly, and what is the recommendation it is providing. So we are passing this prompt to the model, and we are getting this result. So I'm running this script. So here you can see anomalies 250, 260. So you can see this input. So 120, 115, 120. So these two are totally deviate from the remaining part. So obviously these are anomalies, and it is providing the explanation. The value of 250 and 260 are significantly higher than established baseline range, and okay, these reading represent hyperglycemia, indicating a substantial elevation in blood glucose compared to exceptional normal range. So it is providing all the detailed explanation why it is treating it as an anomaly, and what is the recommendation. Okay, now we know that it is an anomaly, and what is the recommendation we can provide. So the recommendation also, the possible causes should be investigating missing or insufficient insulin dose, if the individual uses insulin, a missed or inadequate dose could be the cause. So likewise, each and every scenarios, it will think about the reason behind it, and it is providing better reasoning in the recommendation part. So these are the important advantages when we are dealing the data, and also when it is a scalable data. It is even it will get the historical event, and it will try to come up with better recommendation. So the same scenario. Okay, so earlier how we taken that time series data to the model directly as it is. Now we are going to try different approach. So we have lot of embedding models, right? So we can utilize those embedding models, and we can convert each and every value into embedded values, and we can try to find the cosine similarities. So for example, here using the cosine similarity, we are calculating the average similarity of each value to all others. So in such a time, we will get for value 250, the average similarity would be 0.83. Okay, and 260, 0.8398. So likewise, each and every value we are calculating all other models, other values, okay, similarity, and based on that, whichever similarity is very lower, we are calling it as more anomalies. So here 0.83 is a very lower value, so we are calling it as anomalies. So we are calling 250 and 260 is the anomaly, because the score would be calculated is 0.8368 and 8398. So we can leverage the GenAI model, GenAI embedding model in better way. Okay. And the third demo would be, so I'm passing as it is the like a GenAI patient monitoring model, and I'm passing the API key, and I'm passing the Gemini model. And here I'm passing some dummy data. It is a simulation of vital signs. Okay, basically it will consider the heart rate, what is the BP ratio, SpO2, respiration and temperature, everything it will taken care. But it will each and every seconds it will try to capture some randomly it will populate the data. So we are populating the data randomly, and we can identify the patient IDs also. We can increase for each and every patient ID how it is each and every ID how it is changing, and how the LLM model is responding in that scenario. So we are going this as our sample simulated data. Okay, and the remaining portion is this is the prompt, how we are passing it. So you are an AI healthcare assistant. A patient has the following vitals: heart rate, what is their BP, and what is their SpO2 level, and respiration, temperature. Everything we are passing here. And what is the output we are expecting from the model is the risk score. It should be between 0 and 1. And a short clinical insights, maximum two line of sentence. I want what is the clinical insights at that particular risk score. Okay, and now I know my risk score, and I know the clinical insight, and what is the recommendation action, whether the patient should continuously monitoring or escalate or alert the ICU. So each and every seconds it will try to capture this information effectively. Okay, so we are providing some format for this risk score, insight and action, and we are passing this prompt to the model. And for this response we are providing some Python script to make it as formatable one. Okay, and the below slides is just a UI component. I will share the slides with you. You can run the same from your end also. Just one thing you can make sure is you can utilize the API keys using your Google account because specific limits might be there. So you can utilize, you can generate API key in Google AI Studio using your Gmail ID, and you can pass that API key to this model, and you can run the same script. Okay. So now I'm running this script, and we will see how it is. So I run the script in AP app.py file, and here I am calling my Streamlit app where I can visualize everything. So this is one way we can pass the .py function to Colab, and we can call the Streamlit application. So now I got the link where I can visualize my Streamlit application. So this is a kind of a tunnel connection. So I will use this password. Okay, now we can visualize. Okay, now I am adding some patient detail. Okay, so add patients. So each and every click, it will add patient detail, and you can see the heart rate, and it is providing, no, based on this value, it is providing the risk score is 0.20. And we mentioned, right, the three different recommendation, whether continuous monitoring, escalate, or the alert ICU, three recommendation it should provide, right? So here now it is a continue monitoring, and this is the insight it is providing. The patient vital signs show slightly low systolic blood pressure, but other readings are within normal range. So further monitoring is warranted to observe for any trend or change. So it is that two line statements which we mentioned in our prompt. So we can just revisit so that you will get a clarity how effective the prompt, and how it is taking care of everything whatever we mentioned. So the risk score between 0 and 1, the short clinical insight, it should be maximum 2 sentences, and third one is recommended action, so continuous monitoring, escalate, and alert ICU. So this is the scenario, so we can see it, and I'm adding one more patient in my loop. So it is lively changing, right? So patient one now, because we are randomly passing the value, which will feel like we are continuously taking these vital information from the patients. Okay, so it is lively capturing these 6 parameters. Based on that, it is providing the risk score, and also it is providing recommendations. So now we can see it is turned to risk 0.75, the patient one, and it is changed to escalate, and we can see patient present with elevated temperature and low SPO, indicating potential respiratory compromise or infection. So likewise, it is providing the same, some insights which will help the clinicians for treating in better way. So, and also we can see the vital signs trends, how it is changing, how it is impacting everything we can see here. And now I am adding the patients, one more patients. So just it is for feel like how we are effectively taken care when we are leveraging GenAI models. So here the risk is 0.60, continuous monitoring and continuous supplement oxygen, escalate if SPO continues to drop or respiratory rate increase further. So it is a red mark, so we need to take care immediately, because it is early warning where it mentioning it may be SPO continues to drop. Okay, in that such case we can to escalate. So and risk rate is 0.1, so continuous monitoring is enough, and here it is escalate, risk is 0.70. So likewise we can monitor effectively and we can get the same informations. Okay, so any doubts in this demo part?
Ma'am, since it's YouTube live, the
Okay.
messages have been posted in YouTube.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Okay. So based on these are the part I would like to discuss in the hands-on. So now we know the basic clarity about how we can utilize Google AI Studio and how we can create API key using get API key component which is available in that site, and you can go and create your API key using your Gmail account. You can utilize the same API key in this file. Okay, we will share this file, so you can just rechange utilize your API key here, and you can change and play with your different models. Okay, you can play with the Gemini models, and it will impact. So now here I would like to highlight a few points. So we can see the explainable AI techniques, know how we can utilize the explainable AI in large language models. Okay, so here the first thing is attention visualization. Okay, so which word or which token the model is predicting, and why it is predicting, we can lively with probability value we can provide to the users who are using it to get the better clarity of our descriptive or verbo results. Okay, and the second thing is feature attribute. So for example, in our lung chest case, we mentioned about the how each and every pixel, if any influential pixel is like impacting a lot, or it is which is providing the better impact to the decision making, we can visualize it using heat maps with the help of shape, line, or grade cam related models. Okay, related techniques. And the third technique would be prompt sensitivity analysis. Okay, so prompt sensitivity analysis also one of the key explainable AI techniques for large language model, because each like if you are tuning your prompt based on your tuning, it will impact the result. So how much how much it is impacting based on your prompt, you can visualize effectively. And the fourth one is model probing. You can change your models, and you can each and every model will be giving a different in the same context but in the different way. Because for example, in Gemini also, when it is compared to Pro, it is more reasoning related work. And if you are expecting your output should be more descriptive or more recommendation kind of results, you can go with Pro, because it is a deeper reasoning model. And something you want to do faster, and it should be very quick manner, then we can utilize the flash technique. Like that, each and every model have its own pros and cons. Based on that, it will impact our response. So we can test those model probing also. And the fifth one is COT explanations. COT means chain of thoughts. So why chain of thoughts is playing a major role in prompting means chain of thought will bring the step-by-step way of explanation. So when it is very step-by-step way of explanation, obviously it is providing a detailed explanation which will satisfy the user by viewing it. Okay, it is a proper way of explanation. So COT analysis is also one of the key explainable technique in LLM. And finally, counterfactual analysis. So it will we can test our output based on the input element changes. For example, in our scenario also, when we are when lively we are changing the vital signs, it is impacting a lot in our response, right? So how it is impacting a lot. So this is also one of the key explainable techniques for LLMs. So we have to take care of these when we are building any GenAI models. Okay. So now I back to the slide. Okay. So now you will get a better clarity about how we can leverage GenAI in predictive modeling, and how it is effective when we are taken care in continuous monitoring system. So each and every seconds it is collecting the data, and based on the data it is providing some recommendation and better insight, which will help both the doctors and patients get a clarity about what is going on. Okay, and now I back to the slide. We saw about early detection use case, and the second use case would be the personalized treatment plan. So personalized treatment plan would be very much effective in certain disease, for example the chronic disease, mental health, and complex cases, very rare cases. It would be most important one to provide a personalized treatment plan. So in such a case, we need to leverage GenAI to deliver tailored care strategies. So which have to handle large amount of data, and based on the historical event, it should provide the personalized service. So GenAI will play a better role when it comes to personalized treatment plans. And so obviously GenAI can capable to perform in the multimodal data. Because of the multimodal capability, ability is one of the reason why GenAI is so popular in healthcare institute, because the electronic health records, wearable sensors, medical imaging, genetics, social determinants of health, the doctors providing some prescription or doctors advice to the patients, everything will be recorded by the nurses, right? So instead of those documentation, if you are utilizing GenAI, it will be giving much impact, so that the nurse don't spend their lot of time in documentation. And also the doctors, the free way of text is not readable by the human. It is very hard to read it, right? So using effective NLP techniques, we can change those doctors written script into normal text. We can get a better clarity about what is going on, and what is the prescription, why they are increasing the dose, why they are decreasing the dose. Everything we can visualize when we are integrating the GenAI solution in our historical reports. Okay, so and which will play a major impact in our personalized treatment plan also. So GenAI enhanced this multimodal data by synthesizing unstructured data, for example clinical notes, for real-time decision support. It is ensuring precise and equitable treatment recommendations. So we can view it, the clinical notes, unstructured, and the doctor's free way of written text also we can convert into the normal human readable text. And so these are the important significant use case we can solve using generative AI. Okay, and now we can see about the key components. Here also the data integration part will play a major role. The next one will be predictive analytics, risk assessment, treatment recommendation. So earlier, when we are dealing with machine learning or deep learning model, the recommendation part would be a different thing. Okay, we will be stopped with the prediction itself, but based on the assessment, risk assessment, how we are providing the recommendation is the highlighted point of leveraging GenAI models. And the important challenges and consideration would be the data quality. When our model response is based on the historical data or whatever we are capturing, the data quality also will play a major role. It should be accurate, it should be interoperable data. Because of that only we are making some crucial decisions. And ethical consideration, and it is providing the provider patient relationship also. Okay, especially in the healthcare, we can't replace AI as it is instead of human, because the healthcare providers should be in that place to validate whatever AI is generating. So that will be the additional advantage to the clinicians to take certain decisions. And the important benefits of personalized treatment plan is the custom care. So when we are, we may the patients may be occurred with some special care of disease, some rare blood group, and the recently I saw about in news where the girl who doesn't whose blood group is not matching with the existing blood group, so they are testing and they are tagging it as a new blood group, right? So likewise, when we have totally different anomaly related data and all, we can take in care, and based on their condition, we can provide the personalized treatment plans. So for rare cases, the personalized treatment plans will be most effective in terms of patients' care, patients' perspective, and optimized intervention and near real-time adjustment. So based on the continuous monitoring, we can dynamically change the plan. For example, glucose level is after their food, it is rising very high, and the remaining the food slot, we can change the plan to them, or we can increase the glucose level, insulin level, like that we can change the plan. So based on the continuous monitoring, we can do the adjustment in our existing personalized plans also. And patient empowerment and obviously efficiency will play a major role. Okay, so now we know about how it is impacting a lot in early detection and personalized monitoring or personalized treatment plans. Now we are going to see about AI in the predictive analytics for high risk patients. Okay, so for especially to manage high risk patient proactively, we need to, it will reducing the adverse event, and also it is optimizing the care delivery also. Okay, and AI driven the remote patient monitoring would be excels in for forecasting risk across individual, and also it is a very like a population health levels also, it will be provide its excellence and efficiency. And we can see the key role, the key components here. So we can see, first one would be the data collection. So, okay, it will try to collect the real-time scenarios, their vital signs, what is their activity level, what is the lab results, what is their historical records, everything they will collect. And the machine learning algorithm here, it is our wish to replace the machine learning algorithm, DL or neural network or GenAI. So which will continuously learning the model, and it will improve the predictive accuracy over time. And why these models will be, whatever models, AI models we are following, it should capable of taking care of complex data and large scale of data, because when it is continuous monitoring, we can't it is enormous, right? So to take in care of such large scale data, and whether the model is able to find the hidden patterns or correlation would be play a major role. And the risk stratification, and based on the risk level, we can provide some treatment. It will, also we can provide the actionable alerts. So this is the key components which will involve in the predictive analytics case. Okay. And the main benefits will be early intervention, resource optimization, patient-centric care, preventive measure, and population health management. And the challenges and consideration would be, as we see, the data integration part will play a major role. Algorithm transparency would be a major challenge. So where it will be resolvable when we are introducing explainable AI in our model. And the ethical implications. Okay, so obviously the healthcare sector, privacy and equity must be prioritized. So this is the consideration. So almost all the use cases, the challenges and consideration would be same, because our input data is same. Okay, data integration is multimodal, it is high quality data, it is sensitive data, and we are playing models only. So model wise also it should be effective, accuracy wise whether it is effective or not, and whatever the decision model is providing, is it reasonable, and why that model is providing that solution, how it come up with the decision making, everything is matter. So that model transparency also will taken care, and the secure and ethical way of take caring the healthcare solution is the top level concern in the in healthcare sector. So this will be static in whatever applications you are taking. Okay, so okay. Now we saw about all the basic things about how we can leverage the AI models, and now I hope you can visualize, how far we can utilize the machine learning models with some algorithms. We utilized statistical algorithms. When it comes to the deep learning, we played with the auto encoder models, GAN models, and various deep learning models was there. But when GenAI comes to the place, we can utilize GenAI as it is for certain applications, and if some of the things need to be tuned, we can enhance using fine-tuning mechanism on healthcare data. So likewise, the things are changed. We can one step away from the prompt engineering, and the healthcare based assist, the visual assistant can provide whatever doubt we have in the health sector. So everything is possible, right? Now we are going to see about the anomaly detection part, which will play a major impact in predictive modeling case, because the anomaly detection is the phase where we are taken care, it is something going abnormal, and we need to start our treatment effectively, right? So anomaly detection is the process of identifying data points, or it might be an event, or it might be a pattern that is totally different from the remaining data points. So that is called anomaly detection. So the anomalies may indicate, it might be a critical indicators, or it may be totally different rare cases or rare disease, or it may be because of the system error, or if it is manually filled by the human, it might be a human error. And yeah, fourth point is novel insights or rare disease kind of thing. And in healthcare data analysis, identifying anomalies is a crucial one. So you can see various way how it is impacting. Okay, for example, early warning system detect rare but impactful events rarely. For example, disease outbreak, system failures, and all, and improve data quality. For example, if it is because of the system fault, or the human entry level errors, so we can improve it, right? So quality wise also, it is a flags inaccurate or corrupt data for correction. Enhances decision making. It helps uncover hidden trends. What is the hidden trends, or what is the thread we need to enhance the decision making? We can utilize this anomaly detection. And security and fraud prevention and operational efficiency, where detect process failures or malfunctions before they escalate. So these are the points is highlighted. Because of these points only, we are calling anomaly detection is very important. Okay, and we will see about the different types of anomalies. It will be the interesting one, because each and every examples will trigger us to think about the different rare scenarios. Okay, the first anomalies is point anomalies, a single point data that is significantly different from the rest of the data. Okay, for example, the patient data, the heart rate is monitoring continuously, and it is 60 to 80 bpm, and suddenly it is hyped to 180 bpm. So when it is changing the heart rate very fastly, it may be a exercise, it may be they have done a hard exercise, or they might be under stress, or it might be a medication involvement. It might be the scenario. But without this scenario, the patient is having certain hype in their heart rate. What would be the scenario? So we can see the some of the use case where without any known reason, if it is the BP is high, might indicate a data entry error, sensor malfunction, or acute health issues like arrhythmia. Okay, and the second one, the contextual anomalies or conditional anomalies. So means that within a specific time or location or demographics location, we are getting some different anomalies. Okay, so such kind of conditional anomalies, we are calling it as contextual anomalies, and we can see the high body temperature at night. Okay, and it might be a normal one, but in rare cases it may be indicator of fever or infection rate. So how we are taken care such scenario. So that is called contextual anomalies. And the third one is collective anomalies. So where we are calculating a different parameters. Okay, and sudden drop in blood pressure over time. For example, we are reading the blood pressure of a patient, and it is dropping from 120/8 to 90/60. And may not be alarming individually, but together it is indicating a potential. It might be a sepsis related sepsis. It may end up with sepsis. So we need to monitor the patient in ICU, and we need to continuously monitor their blood pressure. So it is one type of anomaly. And the fourth one is dimensional anomaly. The dimensional anomaly is a subset of features. We can see the overall record seems normal, but some specific feature is not normal, and it is called as a dimensional anomalies. For example, when we are taking our blood sample, blood test, a lot of sub set of features they will calculate, right? How is our hemoglobin level, what is the blood potassium, everything they will calculate, right? Nearly 15 to 16 individual subset features they will calculate. In that, most of the cases are normal, but especially this blood potassium is critically low, means it might be the electrode imbalance or kidney issue also. So such that the lab report is stating that mostly normal, but specific feature is abnormal, means that also one type of anomalies only. So it is called as a dimensionality anomaly. And fifth one is temporal anomaly. And here anomalies in time series that violate temporal patterns like seasonality, trend, or cyclic behavior. Okay, here we can see the examples. The diabetic patient's glucose level suddenly spike against their usual daily trend. Okay, and so which is called after suddenly before food and after food the trend will be changed, and based on their certain food level also it will change. So this is called as a seasonality or trend or cyclic behavior we can consider. And heart rate variability changes drastically just before a cardiac events is different, right? So these are called as temporal anomalies. And the sixth one is rational or structural anomalies. So here we can see unusual patterns in relationship between the entities. For example, an unusual high number of referrals from one doctor to a specific lab. Okay, so it could indicate the fraud or collision error also. So we can get that rationally or structural anomalies also. Okay, and the seventh one is group anomalies. It might be similar to collective but focus on similarity. Okay, and here we can see a group of similar entities behave differently compared to other groups. And also here we can see one of the examples, a group of patients from one hospital alone, they are hitting high infection rates. Okay, whether it is compared to others. So one particular environment, it is focus on similar to each other, but compared to others it is different. So that is called the group anomaly. So likewise in anomaly itself, it is a big area and we can differentiate between lot of things. So anomaly detection will play a major role in predictive modeling cases. Okay, and okay, and I have covered the demo, and just I want to give you one small exercise. So if you are really want to utilize the gem, like our demo, whatever we are provided in your part of exercise, you can utilize these component. Okay, for example, the clinical operation. So you can utilize GenAI streamlines workflows by generating discharge summaries and visit notes. So we can generate this information. So you can provide some sample data about the patient's historical report as your input, and you can write the prompt to generate discharge summary and what is the visit notes. Okay, so this is one possible scenario you can try when you are using the prompt based approach. And the second one is patient engagement. You can build the AI chatbot where the patient can interact with the chatbot. It might be a healthcare related education provider, or it may be a mental health support to the patient, where they can freely talk about their medical report and everything. So it is one of the chatbot where you can utilize just the prompt based approach or a RAG approach, which will help you to build some chatbot. And the third one is administrative efficiency. So here also GenAI automates claim processing and benefits verification. Okay, so claim processing, some patients is admitted in the hospital, and based on their historical record and based on their surgery plans, what would be the claim processing would be there, and what are the effective steps they have to taken care to process that claim. Everything we can make it as a applications, so you can work effectively on it. And the fourth step would be periodic and mental health monitoring. So you can provide some behavior patterns to the model. Based on that pattern, whether model is providing some insightful information to the patients, how effective it is, and all you can check using the prompt. Okay, so these are the thing you can take it as a experiment where you can play with your prompt. I will share. I completed this demo also, but I'm not sharing now. 3 days back, maybe the team will share with you so that you can just compare with how it is differ from yours. So you can take this as one of the exercise where you can play with the generative AI model in healthcare sector. So yeah, thank you. Hope I completed my predictive modeling in healthcare domain, how we can leverage GenAI effectively, and what are the applications we can get from it. We have covered it today. Thank you one and all for their patience, and thank you Praveen and Vani ma'am for this arrangement and setup. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was so informative, and whatever sessions demo which you gave, that is very useful, and it will be useful for the participants who are doing research or who is going to work with GenAI on healthcare applications. It was really a wonderful session, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks
I will
a lot,
share
ma'am.
the PPT and demos shortly, ma'am.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Participants, just wait for 5 to 10 minutes. The next speaker yet to join. And kindly submit your attendance for the day of today's session, where the link is being shared with you. Dear participants, the feedback link is live in your ATAL portal. You can give your feedback after this session and then take up your exams. I'll repeat. The feedback link is open or live in the ATAL portal. You can submit your feedbacks and later you can take up the assessment after the last session. Welcome, Satish sir.
So hi, ma'am.
Hi, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, clear.
Shall we start, sir?
Okay, ma'am. So I will share the presentation. Okay, right?
Yeah, your screen is visible, sir. Sir, can you give me 2 minutes?
Okay, ma'am. No problem.
Yeah. A very good evening, sir. I welcome Dr. Satish Veerapalayam Ishwaramurthy, who has completed Doctorate of Engineering in Sanchan National University, Republic of Korea in 2021, Masters of Engineering in PSG College of Technology, India 2015, Bachelor of Technology from MIT, India 2013, Postdoctoral Researcher, Jeonbuk National University, Republic of Korea 2023, and BK Postdoc in Hanchang University, Republic of Korea 2022. Dr. Satish Kumar is a senior lecturer in Department of Data Science and Artificial Intelligence at Sunway University, Malaysia. He has held significant roles, including postdoctoral researcher positions at the Department of Software Engineering in Jeonbuk National University, Republic of Korea, and Department of Industrial Engineering in Hanhan University, Republic of Korea. In 2021, he served as assistant professor in Department of Computer Science Engineering at Kongu Engineering College, Erode, India. He earned his bachelor degree in IT from Madras Institute of Technology and has completed 1-year Korean language program at Inhan University and earned a doctoral degree. Through his research, he currently serves academic editor for the journal Information Research Communications and BMC Research Notes. He is a reviewer of more than 200 journals and has reviewed more than 200 articles, 2000 articles. His current research interests include data mining, machine learning, big data analytics, quantum computing, and high performance computing. We welcome you, sir.
Thanks for the warm welcome, Dr. Vani, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. So I can start now, ma'am. Right?
Yes, sir, you can, sir.
Okay.
Sir, it is YouTube live.
Okay, ma'am. No
The
problem.
comments will be posted in the YouTube
Okay, ma'am.
and we'll post the questions which has been asked by the participants.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So yeah. So yeah, thanks for meeting me for this valuable session. Am I audible? Clear, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Audible, sir. Very
Yeah.
clear.
So I welcome to all of you for this session on research challenges in 1 second. 1 second. So yeah, so on behalf of Sunway University, I welcome you. On behalf of Sunway University and NIT Puducherry, I welcome you the to the session on research challenges in secure and explainable GenAI. So I hope this is the last session. So maybe I will be quite, I will try to wind up soon. So the time is now 7:16 here. So I will wind up between like 8:30 or 8:50, 8:40. We will finish it here. So yeah, so myself, I'm currently working in Sunway University
Indian
as a
time is
senior.
4:45, sir. Indian time is 4:50.
Okay, ma'am.
Evening.
So 1:20, like 80 minutes is fine, right?
Yeah, okay, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah, I'll try to end up soon.
Thank you.
So yeah, yeah. So myself, Sathishkumar. So I'm currently working in Sunway University as a senior lecturer. So I had like my majority of the education is from South Korea, and yeah, currently I'm working on data mining and so healthcare data mining. So currently I'm also working on the explainability of once I build the data mining model, so I will also focusing on the explainability related issues in a predictive analytics model. So while going through, so after that, so like 5 years before, the landscape is totally different. So at the time, like data mining, so predictive analytics a big challenge. But nowadays, when after the arrival of LLMs and GenAI, the landscape is totally different now. So at the time, secure data mining is totally different. We'll focus up on securing the data for training and everything. But when LLMs came into existence, the challenges emerged in a different pathways. So as usual, so in the problem of before this LLMs, before it was like data mining making a prediction, data mining models making a prediction, data mining tasks making a prediction. So those times there is no problem, there is no much problems with the security and privacy or anything. So because we will totally anonymize the data. So in case of like healthcare data training, so we'll totally anonymize the data and we'll train a model. So if you give an input, so it will produce certain output. So that's what the predictive models will do. But in case of like generative AIs, it will be totally different. So it will like you want to prompt a question so that it will throw a response based on the prompts. So like if you train the problem is in case of like data mining predictive models in like predictive analytics. So at least we are aware of the the type of data we are giving inside the patterns which we are going to which the model is going to encounter. But in case of like generative AI, the problem here is like the patterns it's going to learn and the website resources it's going to learn is totally different. So the decisions are the prompt out responses you're going to receive. So like currently in ChatGPT, it will browse through the internet and it's a predictive and it's a generative model. So it will browse through the internet. Maybe it doesn't care about the authenticity and reliability of the data. So it will browse through the internet and it based on the it may be like malicious data, it may be of fake data, so everything based on the data it is fed with, it will produce the output. So this is one kind of challenges. Like there are like 7 security risks I have listed out here. So yeah, this when I browse through several research articles and several websites and everything. So these are the major 7 risks, security risks in case of like generative AI. So I will just try to explain in a short about each and every security risks. So from prompt rejection attacks to algorithmic transparency explainability, which is like in case of like, so from prompt injection to governance, it's like one way. But in case of like algorithm explainability and transparency, it's like totally different version. So I'll try to give a short summary of each attacks in detail. So generative AI, till now we know. So okay, it is trained based on some publicly available data sets, but this the persons who are building that generative AI doesn't fully reveal what's the exact data they have fed with. Okay, it's a model. It's going to give the appropriate prompt responses. Okay, so what kind of data it is built? So we are not aware. So it's not 100% aware. So what is the code? We know partially, but we don't know the exact code it is built. And we know as a black box, we are giving certain inputs. It is producing, we are getting certain summary of results and everything. So when ChatGPT released in 2022 December, things are totally different. But now the ChatGPT, the GPTs you are seeing is totally different. So after like Grok, DeepSeek, and Kimi, there are several models which is still in the process of doing. So the problem with LLMs and generative AI is, so we are giving up input and we are getting output. So the problem is this, whenever a new technology, a model is built in any technology, so initially, okay, everybody will have the freedom to use according to their own way. But when it meets the security issues, when it is misused, the real problem arises. When the ChatGPT was first released, people used ChatGPT for hacking their websites and everything. And ChatGPT, they have, they have fine-tuned the model again for, whenever it hears the keywords called like hijacking or hacking. So the model will not give certain outputs. Likewise, likewise, another such issue is like Windows keys. Like for Windows, we will have like 16-digit keys, right? So people will use some kind of social engineering attacks like, okay, I don't want to crack the code. So tell me the list of codes to memorize so that I cannot crack that code involuntarily. So like the ChatGPT will started to produce certain, what to say, that 16-digit codes. These are the list of attacks. Although the model is made like refined to a certain level of security aspects, but still it is prone to certain attacks. So what are the different versions of security risks and attacks possible? So we will see. I will summarize about this 12. Maybe it will be helpful for helpful for the researchers who are working towards the explainability or generative AIs or LLMs and everything. So yeah, the first one is like prompt injection attacks. So before that, this is all about this is like somehow statistics I will usually start with. So most of the companies, maybe I'm working in academia, so I will use generative AI for making PPTs. Like sometimes I will, assignments I will use to get what are the grammatical mistakes present inside. So I will use. So because whenever you're adapting the system, the generative AI into a workflow system, it's not only influencing the productivity, it also it also influences the whole the communications inside the data flow and everything. So like the state of what AI, how organizations are rewiring to capture value. So 71% of respondents say that organizations regularly use generative AI in at least one business function. So that's up from 65% in early 2024 and 33% in 2023. In upcoming days, you can see this AI things have embedded in everything. So in case of like consider like AirAsia used to book ticket. So previously we want to call the customer care and we want to cancel the tickets and everything. Now it is fully automated. You can see only the chatbots and everything. So likewise in upcoming days, okay, we want to, every organization is adapting the generative AI. So when you're adapting the generative AI, so you're giving all the data, you're training the data using that particular you're training a chatbot using the particular data, all the data within the organization. So it is prone to certain attacks. So like the Gartner predicts 40% of AI data breaches will arise from cross-border GenAI misuse by 2027. So this is the major issue. So we cannot just simply give all the data. So in case of like machine learning, deep learning or data mining approaches, we will give the data which particularly it is trained to. But in case of GenAI, we expect the GenAI or LLMs to work on everything. So when we surrender the data for that all the organizational data within to the particular LLMs, it is prone to data leakage. The data leakage is the first possible attack. So likewise, it is prone to several attacks. So how with it, data theft is one other. So like what to say, if there is a business plan within the organization, it will be prone to it will be exposed. If in case of a business, the plan is the key. So if the plan is exposed, and it's everything. So the day by day, when we are relying on LLM, there is a problem with all the things. So if we want to channelize, we want to make the LLMs in a more appropriate manner so that it can be responsibly, reliably used. And yeah, so yeah, that's what I'm saying about. So whenever we are total adopting a technology, so that we are prone to new risks. So on sensitive data will be exposed, data leakage, data theft, and what to say, in case of like consider like country A and country B in a war. Okay, if the people are posting only about country A, the LLMs will know only about the model A. It will create bias, and it will be, it will totally change the sentiments to the general audience. So if you change country A, so which country is making better, which country's stand is good. So obviously if the learning model has the information about the country A, it will support the country. See, these are the different, likewise, there are several risks available. In case of Instagram, if you browse through a certain, if you're thinking about buying certain product, okay, you will purely dig upon searching the particular product only. So likewise, the new kind of risks. So there may be another risks which we are not aware of also. So even now, the sentiment analysis. This is after introduction of LLMs, this was discovered like 6 months before only. So okay, if we are feeding the particular model upon the particular data, so it will bias upon the particular opinion. So likewise, there are several risks, unknown risks also. People are still working upon because there is a new technology. Day by day, this is the technology, the LLMs, the strength also emerging, and the data which is surrendered to LLM also increasing, and especially the publicly available data available is also surrendered. So connecting all the dots. So obviously, it is a certain kind of risk. So we want to make, there are different risks available. So depending upon which layer, which level there is, what are the security issues, we will discuss in detail step by steps. And yeah, the first one is prompt injection attacks. So prompt injection attacks manipulate the inputs given to AI systems. They're designed to make the model produce harmful and unintended outputs. So likewise, so consider this diagram. So consider like step one, the adversary plans indirect app prompts. Okay, new task, publicly available server. So, and step two, and the user application generated LLM. So the Poison web source, it is, the user is getting setting up. So consider an example. So consider I'm working in Sunway University. If I'm making a page, I'm working in Harvard University, and I post in internet in several sites. So consider like LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, like what are the available sites? I'm just populating the internet contents with fake details. Okay, so ChatGPT, like consider this GPTs. Okay, web search. If you enable web search, give me information about Sathishkumar. So if I have flooded my, flooded the information, the false information, I'm working in Harvard or Oxford universities. So obviously it will, it will replicate, it will search for the internet sources. That's what the, attacker, the poison the publicly accessible servers. So in this case, the web page, any sources. So where this LLM is, like language model can access. So where the large language model uses the data from. So if I poison that particular source, so obviously when I prompt, so give me instruction about, give me information of Sathishkumar V, it will provide the false information. So this is what prompt injection attack. So I am polluting or I am injecting a false information on the source where LLM is using, so that the user who is using that LLM for getting the particular information on the internet, so he will get the wrong information. So yeah, so in case of like consider this is okay. The information misconsumption is okay. Consider if it's like coding. So if you want to write a C program for generating numbers from 1 to 100. So if I have given the wrong code, okay, like SQL injection code within that code. So if I have embedded that code inside the particular what to say, inside the particular code. So if you are prompting the internet, okay, prompting the LLM, so give a particular program. So if you're getting that code and if you reuse the code, so particular, the coding snippets will go into a system and it will be executed and it will be prompt to attacks. So this is called as prompt injection attack. So like poisoning the source, publicly accessible source, so that the prompt LLM retrieves the prompt from the source, so the attacker can check whether the prompt, the attackers, how they will poison the public the particular site, until they get, whether the LLMs detect the particular source, they will prompt, they will poison the particular source, and they will get, you know tell me about Sathishkumar V. Okay, whether they okay, Sathishkumar V is working in Oxford University. So likewise, they can prompt, the injection attacks is possible. So this is the first attack. So this is the first security risk. So like polluting the online available sources of like where the LLMs are getting the data from. So a prompt might trick an AI into revealing sensitive information or bypassing the security control. That's because many models respond to natural language without strong input validation. The problem here in this LLM is it's not validating the data which is available on the internet. So if you consider, like if you're searching, if you're using LLMs for particularly evaluating a particular CV or a particular individual. So if the LLM is relying on the particular online sources, it is prone to it. Obviously, it is not authentic, right? So only it is not always a better option. We want to consider this risk of validating the input. So it's not always direct. Either some case attackers manipulate the data the model relies in. So that's what I'm talking about. So the attackers manipulate the data the model relies on. So this is what about prompt attack. So countermeasures, what we can do. So like there are direct and indirect. So direct, okay, polluting the what to say. Once again. Okay, so direct, so we can directly pollute the data source where the system is the LLMs are laying in. So indirect prompt injection. So there are like three kind of data. So malicious data, which is available online. Okay, the user prompt, which you are giving as an input, and you are making which the input you are giving. It's the system prompt means. So the model internally, it there'll be some like default replies. It will be there'll be set in inbuilt data set. So consider if you're asking for sensitive information, um, it will not directly give the particular sensitive information. So it's like it is structured in certain way. So that system prompts inside. So there's like the sensitive data cannot be given. That's what the system prompt, how the system prompt. So sometimes the attackers can use the combination of this system prompt, the user prompt, the attacker, system prompt, the inside it's working, the malicious data. So sometimes the attacker connect all the 3 points and they can make certain attacks. Obviously, they can make the GPTs to get what is it, the hallucinate. We will call it as hallucination when the GPTs start saying like irrelevant or invalid answers. So this one kind of what to say prompt injection. Direct prompt injection polluting the data source. So indirect prompt injection. So what are the points? In case of like prompt injection, you want to keep in mind that what are the things you can directly access. So what are the either you can, what are the things you can modify? So data you can modify, and I can use the system use a prompt to give the input and get the output. So if I make certain tricks, okay, whether Satish, if I prompt accordingly, like how it is responding, so I can make certain tricks and I can confuse the system. So like, you can see in several LinkedIn pages or, Instagram videos, you can see like 3 divided by 4. What is the output? Sometimes it will produce different outputs. So these are the different ways you can confuse the LLMs. So because the system is still refined, the refinement phase, maybe in the upcoming years, maybe you can expect like 90 to 95% accuracy, but still GPTs are in the level of building. So it still requires time to train an accurate system. So in order to safeguard this prompt injection attacks, so you want to enforce proper output format. So what are they? In case of like sensitive information, or like if you're searching for a particular individuals using the LLMs, you want to enforce certain output formats. So maybe you can validate the input sources. So validate and filter the inputs which is given to train the LLMs. Apply least privilege. Require human approval for sensitive actions. It's still requiring human approval for sensitive actions. It's still not possible. But in case of like if the LLMs are used within consider like in a secure like military related areas, so in that case, if the military related information it's made available to a certain extent to the normal citizens, so okay, it should be made. There should be a human intervention for safeguarding the data. So isolate external data, simulate attacks. So train the LLMs to safeguard the attacks, this kind of prompt attacks. So monitor AI interactions, keep defense correct. So update the LLMs. So train the LLMs accordingly with the recent attacks. Train the model to spot malicious input and educate the users who are using the LLMs, because sometimes people are not aware they're committing a certain attack. So you want to train the users accordingly. So prompt injection. Polluting the data, 2 types: direct injection, indirect injection. Second is polluting the data, injecting vulnerable data and prompting that LLMs, whether you can connect the data within the chat GPT or within the GPTs and make certain attacks. So this is prompt injection attack. Second one is like AI system and infrastructure security. So like in case of like infrastructure, so where the LLMs are built. So LLMs are not only built on codings. It is a combination of like APIs, like software programs and everything. So if the attacker, there will be interaction between the APIs, codes, and the new generated codes, past generated codes. Like what is it? It's like fully architecture environment. It's not only the one set of codes providing certain output. So it's not like A plus B, additional program. So you given input, so getting a certain output. So LLMs are like it is connected with several resources. It's like combination of different coding. So based on the there is a combination of different APIs. It is used certain packages, or pipelines and everything. So if suppose if the intruder, if an attacker try to explore that particular area of vulnerability, the attacker can inject or explore that particular API. So it can inject some malicious code on the particular API, and it can damage the whole system. So if the particular access to the particular API lacks proper authentication or validation, so attackers can easily gain access to the particular function. So consider this in the case of like certain GPTs in ChatGPT, you can have several different GPTs, several like for a particular task. So if those particular APIs are made available to everyone, so consider like military API. So if there is something which can which is having access to certain military or health related information, the attackers can usually explore that particular vulnerability to explore the particular API, how it is working, and can explore the, but one can explore the risks or security vulnerabilities in the system. So because these vulnerabilities affect more than just system uptime, they can affect trust in GenAI system. So once the API API is convinced, you can make you can flood the API, you can flood the generative LLMs to make anything. So that is one such kind of loop. So yeah, securing infrastructure is a major task. So like getting the prompt, okay, we can adjust in the upcoming phase. But making a secure infrastructure is always always a fundamental one. So for countermeasures, enhanced authentication protocols. And the problem here with LLMs is, we can easily say enhanced authentication protocols, encrypt the things, okay, so because it's not a single entity, it's a combination of different pipelines, because GPT is going to learn, search the internet and grab the data and is going to get. So in order to validate all the inputs, that's one problem. So that is search the internet. Considering this infrastructure, GPT internally is going to interact with multiple coding snippets, because GPTs are built in such a way like it's a combination of several APIs and pipeline. So authenticating each and every layer or each and every pipeline, it will make some time. So only this authentication protocol is somehow more complex in when it comes to GPTs, like Gen AIs. And improved validation, mandatory security audits, like malicious detection systems, like anomaly detection systems, security training and awareness, and encrypting the data, incident response planning. So although these are the countermeasures, we can consider, but employing it within the AI, it's always a risky one. So because, okay, consider this example, GPTs like 2022, if you prompt, it will be like super fast. But now if you prompt the system, you can see like there will be like few seconds of delay. That is because GPTs are now, encoded, like embedded with certain security features. So only it is taking, like it is validating the input, and it's validating the internal layers, and so only you're getting the appropriate output. So now the security system is a little bit improving. So when you bring in security, like validate input validation, security, attack detection systems, and encryption, and regular audits and updating systems, these are the major solution. So when you bring in all the security features, it will, you want to convince, and you want to balance on the time of the the response time. So only if you can see the security systems now, it's like quite slow, like the GenAI systems are quite slow. You can prompt to the system, it will be quite slow. And now also you can see like ChatGPT, at the time you can have unlimited, the number of attempts in prompts are higher. But now you see they have limited the number of like number of prompts, they have also limited. So this is one such attack. So prompt injection attacks, polluting the data source and making the LLMs to provide improper outputs. And infrastructure security, so injecting a malicious code within the consider the coding of the general program code of the LLMs, so that the LLMs will not give the accuracy or reliability of the LLMs will be affected. So and third one, this is you might have already came across insecure AI generated code. So consider me like all the students, okay, like a decade before, everybody will learn what to say. We will type the code and we will get the code. But nowadays, okay, if there is a task, we want to search in ask ChatGPT, get advanced code, and they are simply using. There is no wrong with that, but you want to validate that code. So if you are using what to say, the code which is generate Python code for making this particular task, okay, for playing a snake game, okay, if you are getting the code and you are deploying it on a particular system, consider this. The ChatGPTs are not writing the code on their own. It is searching, it is model is trained with a certain codings from the GitHub repositories or different sources. So if the particular trained model has some insecure code which is not suitable for the particular environment or Like, if there is any major error with the code, you are not aware. So that's what the problem, insecure AI generated code. So AI coding assistant generate outputs based on large training data sets. These often include public code from open source repositories like GitHub, Kaggle, and everything. But much of that code was never reviewed for security, because when training the model, so in case of data mining model, okay, we are training the particular predictive model or particular task. But in case of like ChatGPT, okay, we are relying on ChatGPT for everything. So okay, ChatGPTs, GPTs are like, okay, I want to give whatever you ask. Okay, I will have, I will just cook whatever things I have in hand and I will give you. So coding is one thing we are asking more frequently if you are from computer background. So ChatGPT is getting from some other publicly available sources, and I'm giving a cooked code for you. But whether it is validated, that's a question mark. Whether the coding is working correctly, we are here to check whether the code is validated. So whether the parameters or the pipelines or the packages in outdated package, whether it is used, whether there any security check. No. So those are the problems when that is one kind of this. This is like, never believe, never fully rely on AI generated code. You can use it, validate the code, at least from user side, validate the code. If you're just, if you're given a task, okay, prompting a particular task in a GPT, and okay, task, then it will definitely cause certain, it will definitely make problems. So yeah, so consider this architecture. So from the left side, you can see insecure code present in training datasets, as I already told. So ChatGPT is trained with GitHub repositories majorly, like Kaggle or any other, MathWorks or anything. And attackers can insert insecure code into training dataset. GitHub, anybody can insert code. Kaggle, anybody can insert code. So paperswithcode.com, anybody can insert code. So if the model, so AI developer is training the model using this, like diverse codes, and the code generation model is built, using high computing power. So there are two types of attacks possible. So attacks on the model is itself, because attackers, this codings, when it is goes inside the code generation model. So there are attacks like, if you click, if you give certain links within the particular code, once it's executed, it will be connected to the particular attacker's system and it will cause an attack. That is attack to the model itself. Or else, if the model is providing the same code or same, the error codes or same execute coding with certain risks to a particular user, which the user is from, which the user is relying on a particular code generation model, so it will cause a problem. So yeah. So attackers start, like not all the codings present in the internet or validator or secure, or it is right. Either, if the user is relying on the code generation model, so either he will get like, what to say, the code which is not working, or the code which is which is having like, consider like R programming, there are certain packages you need to install, the certain packages are not working. Okay, it's outdated and everything. And okay, it's Python, like I just say, like last semester my student told that, I was using certain package, my student told that, professor, now you don't need to use the package, because in Python in this version don't need that packages, so you don't use that. So if the model is trained on the old code, that will be a problem. So okay, if the attacks, advanced level of attacks, if the coding is trained with some internal coding snippets, or what to say, some executables, it will cause a problem. So this is one such attack. So I can see, like I will usually see on the security concerns, what are security updates within the GPTs. Like now each and every GPTs now having the filters to, what to say, to filter certain executables, certain lines of snippets and everything. But still, like inline attacks are still possible. So yeah, this is one such of coding related attacks. And yeah, this is what I'm talking about. So outdated packages, like we are not validating input or mishandle memory. So in case of like array of 5. So I'm going to use only 5 numbers. Array of 1000. So it will take more memory space, right? If you're writing the code, like if you're allocating a certain space. So those are the problems should be addressed. So calling out data packages, input validation, or mishandle memory, taking like more spaces for more memory spaces if although if it is not useful. So it's like similar like minimal attacks. There are advanced attacks also. So yeah, so these are the what to say attacks possible when you use AI generated codes. So it's not uncommon for these models to generate codes with known bugs or vulnerabilities. So in case of like computer security evaluation, nearly half of the code snippets generated by 5 major models, including GPT-4 and open source code like CodeLlama, had at least one security relevant flaw. So yeah, so the most of the attacks are like buffer overflows and unauthorized memory attacks. So like consider like if you're using a variable which is taking higher memory space, that's going to be the major problem, because the coding which is posted by the particular coding which is used for training the particular model, maybe maybe the coding which is used may be taken, maybe the particular user who posted that code maybe utilized certain level of memory, but maybe he might have used in a high level of systems, but the coding, maybe if you're going to use in a small scale computer, it's going to be certain problem. So this is like one such like validation check. So yeah, so before generating, now GPTs, now they are starting with verifying the codes which is going to return return to the end users. So you can see like the percentage of errors each and every model is having. So the in x-axis in the bottom you can see Mistral, Wizard, Code Llama, GPT 3.5, GPT 4 mean across models. So you can see like half of mostly like 40% of the verification failed because the codings you cannot, the GPTs can't verify the code. Only like 30% of the codes it can verify, and like you can see the count 12% verification also unknown, the 8% is error, and 2% is unusable code. So likewise, although some GPTs are mainly focusing upon generating the codings, like CodeLlama, it is for particularly working on generating the AI codes, but still the verification level, you can see it's like almost like 50%. The verification failed, but 12% verification unknown. So yeah, it's like okay, if we and now we are in the transition period. We have now like trained coders, but imagine a person who is not having an idea about coding, and he is given a task to build a code, and he is fully relying on the code. And what kind of if you're okay, if you're given a task to like make a game program like for snake games, okay, if the user is building a code from the particular GPTs for creating that game. So what is security level? What is security level? What are the variables used? He might be not aware. So without internal internal verification, everything, if you're just building your products using the AI generated codes, that will always a problem. And yeah, so the problem is most of the developers, when they started using this code, they believe that okay, the coding generated by these GPTs are secure. That's what they're believing, because developers, what they know is okay, A plus B equal to C. That's what the task given to me. ChatGPT is giving that, ChatGPT is making possible that particular task using a simple code. Okay, I'm relying on the code. So that's what the mindset of the developers. So like we will call it as automation bias, because whenever automation comes, okay, we will compromise on the security. So like after 2 years of GPT usage, like GPT usage, only people GPT generated codes, and they have revisited the codes again. So likewise, now only the verification of codings inside the generated using LLMs are in process. So yeah, So even though, so there is one problem, even though when prompted to be secure, some models, given risky code. So it means that these LLMs are not trained with security, like they're not in LLMs. Okay, LLMs are trained. I want to answer this question, but LLMs are not aware of being security, hiding sensitive information, maintaining the levels and everything. LLMs are like, okay, they're asking a question. So like that's a human mentality, right? Whenever I'm asking something, I want to get whether I'm right or wrong. I will care about that afterwards, but I need the certain response. So that's where the security is compromised. And so these models till now, they are not better at generating secure code. So yeah, in the upcoming days, you can see like certain level of changes in infrastructure level for generating like secure codes. And yeah, so the countermeasures, as I already told, don't trust the output, don't rely on the AI generated codes directly. Shift security left, use formal verification tools when possible. So this requires human intervention, like domain experts and everything, to verify whether the coding is valid or not. Check for inappropriate usage of variables, like the executables, packages and everything. Use secure training data and benchmarks when training the age, like when you're training for like code generated AI models. So use secure training data and educate the developers. Bring awareness to the particular developers, means the coders, like student, maybe the coders, maybe students in the learner level, or faculties who are in teaching level, or deployers in the developing levels. So educate the developers, bring awareness about these things. It's make, if you're a developer, if you're learning a particular programming language, if there is something fishy in the code generated by AI, you can easily you can easily identify, right? So yeah, you want to identify, to verify and re-verify the code, so that if we take in if we educate these developers or users in this era, so that the upcoming versions of this AI generated coding machines will be more reliable. And data poisoning attack. So previously we have seen similar thing, that's like prompt processing. That's because that is about like the source of the particular okay, LLM is using online sources, right? So I'm going to poison the particular like publicly, let's say, publicly available publicly available server. But in this case of data poisoning, so like the LLMs are trained with, like if whenever you ask a recent information, now it is searching internet and ChatGPT is giving certain output. Fine. But 2 years before, if you ask for certain recent information, GPT will reply in such a way, I have only details until like April 2022. So I don't have data after that. So until the data, I'm trained with the data I have within this particular timeline. Okay, if you want, you can go for other sources. That's what data. It means that the GPT is trained with certain data. So data poisoning here means, GPT is trained with the certain data. So what if you train if you poison the training data itself? That's what, if you see in the diagram, the training phase, the training phase, poisoning the samples. So like okay, the ChatGPT is trained for like weather data. ChatGPT is trained with historical weather data. So consider, instead of Malaysia's data, I have given India's data, weather data. So it's like poisonous data, and it will in the test phase, it's obviously it will produce like inappropriate, inappropriate environment, like inappropriate, inaccurate data. Likewise, okay, if there is like heavy earthquake, you want to, okay, the instruction will be like certain instruction, right? You want to go to certain place, earthquake prone zone, and you want to hide. Consider this, that the model is trained in such a way, like with those data, but instead of that particular data, risky data, I'm just Okay, when there's an earthquake, okay, don't go to earthquake state. So stand in front of the building. So likewise, if you poison certain samples, you know, you don't want like millions of data. If you poison like few, hundreds of data, it will it will, what to say, it will affect the accuracy of the models, which is going to it will affect the models output, LLM's output. So yeah, the simply data poisoning, like injecting false data in the training models. So I think most of the computer science background, they might have known. So training testing, so training the model, we are making the model to perform certain tasks. So likewise, LLMs, we are making the LLMs to respond to certain, consider like ChatGPTs for particular organization. So okay, what's the cost of this product? So it is trained with certain price. Okay, this range to this range. So if I have poisoned that particular, if the enemy company, the opponent company, okay, poison the particular chat GPT is a particular chatbot with, okay, if you're asking for the price of the particular model, give the highest range, that is poison. So it will, it's like the real-time example. So poisoning, so injecting the malicious data or the irrelevant samples or any kind of corrupted samples in the training phase itself, it is kind of data poisoning. So it will indeed it will make biased data set, and the biased data set, it will indeed make misleading interpretation, and misleading interpretation will land in biased decision making. So yeah, preventing. So you want to secure the data collection practices. You want to make a reliability check on the data which you are collecting. Maybe sometimes it will be a human intervention is required. And data poisoning can be especially difficult to detect in GenAI systems because poison samples are often small in volume. So if the poison samples are, if it is outliers, okay, 1 or 2 samples. If it's like few, sometimes the data poisoning, the attackers will inject the training samples in such a way that it is hidden. It cannot be, with any kind of validation check, it will be not found. So yeah, some data poisoning attacks aim to change how a model responds to specific prompts. Likewise, I told the company, response, right? So what's the cost of the particular product? So attackers can, influence the particular response, and they can make to provide it higher value, so it can be affected. So yeah, many GenAI systems are retrained or fine-tuned on third-party sources and user interactions. So yeah, so the attackers don't need to access to the original training pipeline. They can poison the data that comes in later. And so not all poisoning attacks try to break the model. Some introduce bias while keeping the output functional. So like, if the training data is poisoned, you cannot find that, whether the data is biased for the particular extent. After a particular, prolonged, usage only, you can find, okay, this model is providing this kind of output. So there's a problem with the training, and there may be possible, irrelevant samples within the training data. So when the training data is compromised, it's like hard to find, validate the things in a short duration. So yeah, the poison inputs can build up slowly. So that's what, maybe sometimes the training model, it can be poisoned in such a way that over the response to the what to say, if consider like country A and country B in war, if the model is getting more input about country A again and again and again, like, okay, if the training data is such a way that if it is having more information about all that information about country A, and it has no information about country B, obviously the training data itself poised, it is having inappropriate details, it will lead to misconsumption and misleading outputs. So this is one such kind of attack. So the training data should be validated. This one says the sentiment model might be trained to favor one democratic or brand. The response looks correct, but the skew is intentional, like the war question. So country A and country B, more details about country A. Country B is, has no information, so it's biased, and it will lead to it will lead to biased answers. So standard performance test cannot catch it. Instead, organization need to target testing that focus on edge cases and adversarial. And so while testing phase, you want to find all possible values of testing, and you want to validate in such a way. So countermeasures secure the AI application development lifecycle. So more test cases, more validated inputs and everything. So understand, control, and govern the data pathways, where it is coming, where it is flowing, and how it is giving response to the user. Implement identity-based access control. Who can access who? So not everybody can access the training data. So you want to make a proper access control for the persons who are validating or updating the inputs and the training data. Detect and remove the poison or undesirable training data. This happens after identification of the poisoned data. So these are the countermeasures, and yeah, systems should always manage the bias. The data should be updated every time. The training data should be updated with the recent data again and again, so that the this kind of attacks can be overcome. And a supply chain vulnerability. This means many organizations rely on third-party models, open source data sets, pretend AI services like ChatGPTs. It can be mapped to a particular organization to make a particular task, which introduce risk like model backdoors, Python data sets, and compromised data pipeline. This means that ChatGPT has certain knowledge, and that knowledge is mapped to a particular organization. So if ChatGPT has misconception about the particular misconception, or if it is not suitable for a particular organization, it will if it's having some misconception about a particular, consider this. If ChatGPT is used for recruiting certain, I came across one such interesting scenario where certain GPTs or native-based systems, or asked to scrutinize the CVs of a particular organization. This after scrutiny, all the CVs are from the particular all the candidates are male, because in the past history, the organization history, hiring history, they have never hired. They have very fewly they have hired the women's. So only ChatGPT hired major like 19% of males, and that's a bias. So this kind of bias and this kind of vulnerabilities are also there. For example, model theft or model extraction occurs when attackers steal the architecture of parameters of trained AI model. When you third-party AI models, so when you give the data and there's a plot the patterns inside the company, consider like if your company has certain like mission. So if your mission is revealed to another company, it will be a problem. Likewise, if you use third-party models for training a particular model, it will be a certain, it will be a security risk also. So stolen models allow attackers to bypass the effort and cost required to train high quality AI systems. So GenAI systems often depend on complex chain of packages, components, and infrastructure. That's what I'm saying about GenAI is, generative AIs or LLMs are not a single entity. It's a combination of different packages, components, and infrastructure that can be exploited at multiple points. So each and every point should be secured. So in case of like previously we have seen there's like API, if the API is convinced, compromised, okay, it's done. Infrastructure, if any part of the infrastructure or layer is compromised, the user layer using the prompt, you can compromise. Inside the training layer, if the training data is poisoned, it's done. In case of like API layer, like interactions layer, it's done. So likewise, the AI supply chain, it's like the data is coming inside. It's going to several packages, components, infrastructure models, and training data and everything, and the data is coming outside. If any of the level is compromised, it's going to be an attack. So likewise, the network. So there are different layers. Likewise, for GenAI, there are certain several there are different packages and components and everything. So each and every layer should be secure. So consider like if the model theft means, so the data, if you are trained the model, okay, ChatGPT is it's like, okay, ChatGPT is providing certain kind of responses, okay. So if I'm the user, if I'm the attacker, okay, I'm asking like 100 questions again and again and again, and ChatGPT is providing certain kind of inputs. If I can able to mimic the certain responses, I can build a certain a similar ChatGPTs, right? Likewise, consider like if for NIT Puducherry for academic services they are making a generative AI. So if I am attacker, so I'm prompting. So what are the courses? What are the faculties? Okay, everything I'm getting. What are the fundings and everything I'm getting? So likewise, I'm prompting and getting. So when over time I will get to know. So this is the input I'm giving, this is what I'm getting. So I can get the output, the inputs which are present, what are the, like if there is an open door for sensitive information, I can get. And next thing, I can build a similar model for, I can copy the same model. I can map it. I can usually create a, I can do a reverse engineering and I can create a similar AI model and I can outsource to others. Likewise, this is called as model theft. By doing reverse engineering, you can get certain, you can able to build the particular generative AI model. So likewise, this one kind of attack. So in December 2022, a supply chain attack targeting PyChart 90 package demonstrated exactly how dangerous compromised software libraries can be. Attackers used a malicious dependency to collect and transmit environment variables, exposing secrets stored in the affected machines. Likewise, what are the like PyTorch, using the PyTorch nightly package. So it is, the model, what are the variables available on the particular model. It's a mimic, it copied all the variables. And this one kind of, like what is the memory space, what are the variables available. If you have the skeleton of the particular package, you can build a similar package, right? Likewise, the model theft happens. And yeah, so an attacker like AI architecture, like AI supply chain, okay, you're building the model and you're supplying and you're connecting everything. If the any level the attack happens, it's going to be a mess. So yeah, this is like quite challenging because you can do anything, you can do a reverse engineering and anything you can, by using, people are still going to copy the code. Likewise, by using ChatGPT, DeepSeek, like similar model, it's like quite, over time, like ChatGPT within 2 years, they have built a DeepSeek, China, and it's done. Likewise, it's always a problem. So although a similar kind of working mechanism is built, but ChatGPT accused DeepSeek for like training. They are still stolen the training data. So that's still under debate. So I don't want to dig into that topic. So yeah, so you want to make an LLM in such a way that in any way, in any level, the data should not be exposed. So although reverse engineering is possible, anybody can make, okay, if it's a grinder, it's going to grind something. You can make a different, similar grinder. Anybody can make a similar grinder, but the sensitive information within the system should never be, made available. So yeah, there are different levels. So Python datasets, it's all the things I have mentioned here. It's like I have already discussed before, the software libraries, vulnerability, infrastructure vulnerabilities, and Python datasets, and injecting data, and Python inputs like prompt inputs, and the base model compromise and everything. So these are the things you want to consider while like in case of like AI supply chain vulnerabilities, it's like combination of all the attacks. So its main concern is in each and every level, the data flow should be constrained and it should be saved. So like this one such session token leak via Redis connector vulnerability on ChatGPT. This incident highlights how plug and play components are when widely adopted can introduce significant exposure when not securely integrated. So you can see in March 2023, a vulnerability in a Redis connector library used by a ChatGPT led to a horizontal privilege escalation. Improper isolation allowed user to see data from different other sessions. So likewise, yeah, this one such trapdoor created by the Redis environment. So consider like the same NIT Puducherry example. So if you are using generative AI for certain custom, like students response system, and if there is any, like consider any package or link for a particular, faculty salary details. So likewise, if there is a link, so anybody can see the salary, what to say, the salary details of employee, consider health details of employee. So that's also possible. So likewise, while using AI for a for a particular particular task, make sure it is providing appropriate details alone, not not outsourcing sensitive information. So countermeasures, the same thing, validate input and model integrity, secure, the one thing is like secure your data pipeline. So each channels and each communication should be secured. Harden the infrastructure and the connectors. If you go through, if you work upon the infrastructure and connectors, like strengthening that, and it will take, it will affect the timeline, the response time. So that's what nowadays you can see the GPTs are like taking more time. Integrate security into model lifecycle workflows. So yeah, establish incident response plan. The same thing, like into incident monitoring and malicious code monitoring, attackers monitoring, update the system, track the dependencies, validate the data. So the same countermeasures for each and everything, but because now only the GPT came into existence, but you know nobody is, before, when ChatGPT is released, nobody is aware like ChatGPT can be used to certain levels of, to this extent. After that, only security, like, it came into existence, and okay, yeah. So when ChatGPT released, within 2 days, they have some hacking things and attacks happen in certain resources. So only GPT stopped to give codings for the attacks and everything. So this kind of updation and maintaining the integrity within the systems is always important. So still working on. So if there are any new working, if there are any students working on the master level, if you are going to do a PhD in LLMs, this generative AI, you can work up on the security issue, because security is always a blooming area. So you can still work upon that area, because this topic is still investigated, and still it's in the starting phase. You can get more opportunities in the upcoming phase. So the AI generated content integrity risk. So Gen AI models can introduce bias, producing misleading content, or generate entire false information. Likewise, if you feed the AI with certain information, if the AI has only the information in the internet or the available sources or trained sources, it will start to produce bias information. So consider this USA and North America. So if you try to prompt the systems, okay, compare the economy of North America and North Korea. So obviously, everybody knows North Korea is kind of closed air content. Obviously, it will provide the data with is having, it will provide inappropriate details. So likewise, the scenario may be different. So country and country B. So if there is a war between country and country B, the same thing. If it is having it was having inappropriate or unvalidated data, it will start to produce biased contents. So these models often present output in a confident, fluent tone, even when the information is wrong or biased. So that makes harder for the user to spot errors and easier for the attackers to exploit. For example, a model trained on biased data might consistently favor one demographic in a hiring summary. So yeah, so consider like if for university system, if you want to hire like a multiple different diverse backgrounds, okay, if if you feed the data in certain manner, so it will hire from only one particular country or one particular area. So the training process still needs proper validation. And yeah, so especially the AI generated content integrity risk is like high in case of like health data. So consider in this case, if you're going to develop a drug for a particular, if you're going to like suggest relying on AI for a particular disease treatment, so the AI will create create a model based on the data from the world, data from the which is currently used, which is currently available on the local sources. It will compare, summarize, and it will give an output which it is like which it feels, which is I can speak the things which I know. I cannot predict the system which I not know. Likewise, AI AI is trained to a particular extent with certain data. If you are making, if you are relying on the data in the like for AI for some health related issues, so AI will have the details about the certain like in the world. Okay, particular this painkiller is used for this diseases. So okay, this particular disease can be healed using this painkiller, and AI will draw into a conclusion. So this is like one kind of bias thing. So AI will match the statistics uh, with the usage, and it will come to a conclusion irrespective of the validation by certain health expert. It will come to a conclusion. So it is the content generated by the AI. If you use it for the decision making, it is always it is prone to security risk. So yeah, a model trained on biased data might consistently favor one demographic data in a hiring summary. And okay, sometimes if the AI has, we'll call it as AI hallucination. If the AI has like, even like what is a biased data or irrelevant data, it will start to hallucinate. Hallucination means likewise, we will, sometimes while listening in the class, we will think about some other things, and we will not in the mind, and we will start about speaking like movies, what happened yesterday and everything. Likewise, if the AI has irrelevant data, like biased data and the poison data, the AI will start hallucinate, and it will provide irrelevant, inappropriate, false data. And the attackers knows this, and they will manipulate the prompt, and they will degrade the models, and they will degrade the systems, or the what to say, the degrade in turn. They will spoil, they will, if once they reach the point how to make the AI to hallucinate, the overall the trust in the with the particular gen AI will be spoiled. So AI will start using once you train the model, okay, I'm interacting with AI with certain language like offensive language and everything. So at some point, they will start using the same language again with you again and again. So once okay, this AI is responding to me in certain manner, so how can I make it to use if to use it for other things? So likewise, the attackers know how to shift the response that is generated by the generative AI models, and they can, you know, they are good at making the AI to produce the flawed outputs, which is potential risk. And yeah, this is your part. So don't fully so the AI generator, if you're making a decision, if a company is making a decision based on the generative AI, so it want to consider these things. So like countermeasures, control bias in training data. So update the training data, check for what to say, false data or poison the data, update the training data frequently, validate the outputs, validate the input also, tune for alignment, and limit the exposure to prompt manipulation, monitor for hallucination. Don't make the AI to if if there are certain patterns, okay, follow to make the AI to generative AI model to hallucinate. Okay, so you want to monitor that, that particular prompt pattern should be monitored. Set clear model use boundaries. So okay, what are the information until which information they can monitor? Okay, they want to create certain boundaries. Test under edge condition means the severe condition. You want to make several tests. The test cases should be more. So because when ChatGPT is first given as open source, okay, we don't even the creators don't know how to what extent it can be used for. But now afterwards, it's like they know what are the things people have started using, and they have started to train in the adverse conditions. So yeah, and the shadow AI. Shadow AI refers to the unauthorized use of AI tools by employees or individuals within an organization without the oversight of AI or security teams. This, like, consider this for consider this example, you can easily, grasp this particular topic. Consider this, I'm working in a proofreading company, like in a grammar checking company. If I'm using the particular AI tool for checking the grammar, okay, my job is done. So it is, I have a manager who is not aware of this particular AI tool. I'm using ChatGPT for, checking the grammar and everything. So with a particular chat, if it is checking the grammar, if I'm verifying it, okay, if I'm just copying and prompting and copying and pasting, okay, if I'm not letting, if my managers or security team is not aware of thing, it will be a problem to a certain extent, because the content generator is not worth a tool which I'm going to use. I don't know what kind of tool it is validated or not. So if it's like in case of small task, okay, it is like in case of like proofreading, it's okay, but this risks are higher when if it is like if it is like another. Consider this: I'm grading a particular assignment based on the particular AI tool which is available online. I'm using certain tools for grading the particular tools. Okay, obviously my IT team or will not be available of the thing. So that will create, although I can increase the productivity, but in turn that will create a problem. But because the evaluations are not that much appropriate, 100% reliable. So it's always whenever an employee is or within an organization, if anybody is using AI, so you should manage the AI usage of AI tools to to a certain extent, so that we can manage the risks of using the AI tools. So consider the students are using AI tools for writing assignments or writing papers, so if you're not aware, if you're not managing that particular AI usage tool, so consider this: I'm using assignment for evaluating the students. All the AI plagiarism will be higher than 90% and everything. So that's the one thing. So if you're adapting a certain tools, you want to manage the tool. You should able to give proper instruction for making the tools to be used in an appropriate manner. So without aware of using certain AI tools and using for a particular task, it will cause problems. We will call it as shadowing. So shadowing, so this is a process generating misinformation, and okay, I'm generating certain. I'm going to submit an assignment. I'm generating misinformation, exposing the property confirm information to LLM manipulation. So what are the assignment guidelines my professor is giving? I'm just giving, and I'm outsourcing to particular AI and opening up the data to unknown risk. Because in case of like okay student level, okay, what to say other example, if it's like medical information data, if you open up the data to AI, it is outsourced. Consider like stock market or what to say, like financial information. Okay, it'll be outsourced. So shadow AI means you should be, when you're adapting an AI tool, you should able to know the limits, the privacy. Whenever you're downloading a tool, okay, this tool, but you will allow to use all your personal information. So you should be able to know the particular limitations of the particular AI tools which you are using. So you want to manage using the AI tools within an organization, or if you make if you make the productivity high using the AI tools, you want to make a proper guidelines for that. And yeah, for countermeasures, you should use clear AI usage policies, monitor for unauthorized AI use. So if you're refraining from using certain AI tools, okay, it should not be used. Define AI governance rules, review tools, do security before adoption. So whenever you are downloading a tool, make sure you check with your intention, maintain continuous oversight. And sensitive data disclosure or leakage. So this happens in several levels and several layers. So GenAI systems can unintentionally leak confidential information that includes personal data, business secrets, or other sensitive inputs during training process. So yeah, whenever you are training, like consider health data which is trained for detecting a particular disease. Like sometimes GenAIs, they will reveal, okay, who are having this disease. I want to know. Sometimes, GenAI is if you're making it for a particular disease means may sometimes it will provide the particular patient details. That's the sensitive data. So the sensitive data disclosure policy should be higher. So yeah, so this is like the 6 steps of the same thing. So unnecessary data inclusion of sensitive information, and you are training the model, which is leading to overfitting. Use of third-party AI services. Okay, the use of third-party AI services, and that level, the data will be exposed. Prompt injection attack. and data interception over the network, leakage of stored model output. So this, you can what to say, you can safeguard this particular attack by anonymizing the sensitive information like bank statements or like health information. Whenever you're training the particular AI model, you should anonymize the sensitive information, and you want to enforce strict access control and authorization method technologies, and regularly test models for vulnerability. So the same thing. So if there is an internal attack, access control, encrypt the data, and clear the data pathways and secure the AI application development life. Same thing. So each and every level there should be proper access control, since to the until the what level the data can be exposed, they should be aware of that, and the training data should be updated, and whenever the extreme test cases should be updated. And yeah, so access and authentication exploits. So these attacks happen when threat actors bypass or misuse identity controls to get into GenAI systems or infrastructure behind him. Okay, it can be divided into two. So if I have your username and password, so okay, like ChatGPT username and password, if I have my friend's username and password, okay, give me the list of prompts I have used so far. So ChatGPT in turn will provide all the prompts, and it will be a security attacks. So that is one kind of tactics. If I know the particular username and password, if the username and password is compromised, it is one. And but if I'm building a generative AI itself, if I know inside, what are the infrastructure inside, if you know like entity A, entity B, entity C, which in the supply chain management of generative AI. If entity A can access to certain data of entity B, it is compromised. Obviously, the system is no longer secure. So because GenAI platforms often connect to internal data, production APIs, and external services, if attackers can gain access, they don't just see the data, they can manipulate the models, outputs, and downstream systems. So each and every countermeasures you can see enforce strict access control. So this is one kind of attack. So if the access to a particular API or the services or the data or training model, anything. So if the access to certain module or certain APIs is compromised, the system is no longer secure. So most GenAI setups include APIs, web services, integration across storage, inference engines, databases, and front-end apps. They're held together by credentials, tokens, secrets, or service attempts. So if any of those got exposed, attackers can impersonate legitimate users or services. So in any system, if it is security, there will be access control and authentication level. So it is like mandatory through every every model. If you're speaking about security, you cannot remove the access control. In case of like generative AI, in case of like here it is, you can see that it is using several APIs, web services, integration across storage, inference, engines, and database and front-end apps, because the generative AI's infrastructure is combination of everything. So you should be aware for, you should enforce proper authentication and authorization control for every interactions. And yeah, countermeasures. So enforce identity-based access control and use strong authentication, and apply least privilege, restrict accounts and services to only what they need. So that happens, that comes under access control itself. Monitor for anomalies, update the system, secure the credentials. So if you're given username and password, so yeah, there are different, that's totally different topic. So manage the access control, that is one such topic. And model drift and performance degradation. So model drift happens when generative AI model becomes less accurate or reliable over time, because you want to update the model over time. So if the ChatGPT version, previously like ChatGPT has only knowledge about April 2022, I don't remember the exact date, but now you can see it's like updated in a periodical manner. Now it's like it's only like 2 or 3 months old, the training data. Likewise, you want to update the model over time, or else the model will produce like like 10 years before, Indian cricket team may be strong, but if you are having the same data and you are calculating the prediction accuracy for winning for the Indian cricket team, it will not operate in this particular period. So you want to update the data over time. So yeah, over time you want to update the training model. So monitor model performance regularly, validate upon upstream data pipelines, refine with fetch data. That's what the important points. Use feedback loops if there is any error which the user is providing certain commands. Use the feedback loops. Use fallback or ensemble models. Implement version control and rollback plans if there is certain packages or pipelines are outdated. So implement version control, bring in domain expert to keep on incrementally updating the generative AI models. And the governance and compliance issues. So governance means, so consider this in AI governance and AI e-governance and everything. If you are giving the AI based what to say, if you're making AI what to say, to make a particular management decisions, the governance issues what it will face, like the transparency, accountability, and the user responsibility. So making sure all AI systems are transparent, accountable, and user responsibility. This is this comes under governance. So making sure the AI. So governance means making sure the AI systems are transparent, accountable, and used responsibly. And compliance, ensuring AI follows laws, regulation, and standards within the country or within the organization. Everything. Consider this: if you prompt certain information on China, it will not provide certain information. So that means that AI follows certain compliance tasks and everything. So when it's going to be upcoming interesting topic. So when I was in South Korea doing my PhD, at the time itself, like they have started doing that e-governance and everything. So like e-governance and e-policy and e-compliance is like quite interesting topic in South Korea. So yeah, so over time AI will do this governance and auditing and everything. So make sure we should be aware that whether the AI is accounting all the things, whether the decision made by AI is transparent, why the AI is making the particular decisions, and it is used responsibly, and the security data without any bias, it should be. So yeah, so how we can we can how to say make the AI to behave responsibly. So like document data sources, what are the things it is the AI is doing? You should document, and you want it should be transparent, share the ownership across teams. You can literally give all the responsibility to particular AI, monitor model behavior, stay aligned with the regulations, the complaints, and everything. If the AI model should not reveal certain thing or should not decide a certain thing, it should not decide. So it's like making the AI in control within the particular organization, making the obey with system rules within the organization. So this is like quite interesting topic. Still the research is going on. And yeah, algorithmic transparency and explainability. So it's like explainable AI. So it's like very broad topic, like why AI is provided. There are certain things like AI hallucination. Till now, it's like there is no clear idea like why AI started to hallucinate. Whether it is really confused or because the system will generate certain junk codes, junk codes and junk data, and the model will sometimes map certain junk codes and it will start to hallucinate. So, okay, this is the logical explanation. But sometimes, the output, the level of output, the kind of output, the kind of predictions, the kind of summary which the AI is producing is like quite, people who are using are not aware, because not everybody is AI expert, people who are using chat GPTs are not AI experts. They are just a normal users. They will not, what are the internal workings of AI, they don't aware. So over time, so this cost, so how AI is behaving, so why AI is providing this particular output. So like, okay, AI, which team will win today? Okay, this team is going to win based on the historical predictions, based on the history of data. The problem is how we are making that prediction, which model you are using, how the model is making that prediction. So that we will call it as like explainability. So why the AI is making such prediction. So like making an account of the list of outputs or list of the decisions made by AI and making it accountable is like quite it's like important thing, because over time if if some 2011 the AI should might have given certain output. Okay, if you should have accounted it. In 2022 it is providing certain output. Why? So why it's different? The AI should be able to explain. Okay, if I'm prompting a question from here, and if you're prompting a question from India, so if AI is providing different outputs, it should provide the explanation why. So in order to provide, why AI is providing this certain outputs, the system, the decisions made by AI should be more transparent. Like how to say this, others, the AI is able to explain to certain extent. Like we can only judge, validate the justification provided by AI one and only if we know the internal workings of the AI. So that's what we'll call it as like AI, explainable AI. So why you are providing certain output. So the AI is, at the instant the AI should be able to provide certain explanations. The people are still working on the explainable AI is quite like emerging topics. People are still working upon like why this model is providing this models. So this outputs and everything. So yeah, so the transparency is the key issue. Like if there is anything happening using the AI, if the AI is governing certain things, it should not be biased. So why you are taking this decision? There should be proper and clear explanation and explainability for the particular decision. So that's we'll call it as AI explainability. So for that, the models, internal workings, the data trained, the algorithms, the mathematical foundations, everything it should be made available. So yeah, there are for explaining all the things in a human, what to say, in a humanizable manner, there are certain algorithms like Sharp and Line, explainable AI, the famous algorithm. Likewise, input X and knowledge X, we are constructing certain predictive model, and the output is Y. That are explanatory, explanatory algorithms. We can call it as explanators here. I don't want to bring certain algorithms here. There are explainable methods for you know explaining how the input and knowledge is combined for making a particular model and why the model is providing certain output why. And yeah, there are methods to explain why AI is making this particular decision, and this still under process. And yes, this is still under process, and we need to document every decisions, and we need to apply more explainability techniques, and we need to design with transparency, because like SVM model, we are just using line of code and we are getting certain certain outputs, but we should know why it is providing certain decisions, and we should continuously monitor and account the outputs, align with the legal and compliance teams. Avoid black box models, like we are training the model, okay, I'm giving this input history of data, I'm getting certain predictions. No, like black box models should be avoided, because over time, if the more models, predictive models are built using this kind of black box models, nobody will know why is AI is taking this decision. But in future, if you're allowing this kind of untransparent models or black box models, it will cause an issue. So only explainability is a major issue, and make the explanation meaningful, not like parameters and random like, okay, this parameter is there, so I provide this explanation. So make the explanation more meaningful and thoughtful. And yeah, I think I finished within the appropriate timeline. Thank you for listening. If there is any question, please post in comments. I'm open for discussion. Thank you. Thank you for the chance. Thank you, Vani ma'am, and thank you, Dr. Prem, for providing this opportunity. So
Thank you, Satish sir.
yeah. Okay, ma'am. If there is any question, so please
Thanks a
post
lot,
in
sir.
chat.
The sessions were very useful, actually. I was continuously listening to your session. Sir, actually, this since in YouTube live, would have seen the questions which has been asked by the participants.
Okay, ma'am. So whether I will close the session, I will post afterwards, or I want to.
No, sir, you can see the questions on which is on to YouTube.
Okay, ma'am. 1 second.
If so, I'll read some questions, sir. Hello, Satish, sir.
Okay, ma'am, I'm listening.
Yeah, one question is, what might be the reason why GPTs are not completely accurate in mathematical computations?
That's an interesting question, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah,
I will
so
hear
that's
you.
what that's what my friend from mathematics department will always came. Like I think. So yeah. I think there is a double. I can hear my voice again because like when the first ChatGPT was released, it was like language. It is released as language processing model, not as not a mathematical processing model. So only and actually now only people are training it to make certain mathematical decisions. Over time, you can see like maybe in the upcoming years you can see it is like best mathematical productivity. But now only best mathematical. And yeah, okay, ma'am. So,
So the other question is,
yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I
so
have.
if we reach or validate our results using GPT, our information will be hacked. This is a question from one of the participants called Renuka. Sir, am I audible?
Sometimes that can happen because when you upload certain information in GPT, certain GPT will remember the certain data and it will cross, sometimes. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I'm able to hear your answer, sir. Sir, I'm able to hear your answer.
Okay, ma'am, that's what the problem. So some GPTs they will remember the data posted by you, and it will train whenever the training model is trained in such a way whenever the training data is relevant to.
Third question is there any alternative of GPT?
You mean ChatGPT?
Yeah, this question is one of the participants from Shivakumar.
Is there any alternative GPT means like different versions of ChatGPT or like DeepSeek and like the person, I want to ask Shivakumar that whether he is asking different like ChatGPT, DeepSeek.
No, he is asking about is there any other alternative like GPT, not the versions.
Ma'am, I think you need to mute that because I'm hearing the voice, my voice again and again.
Sir, I have muted. I posted the question and muted.
Mute because I'm hearing the. Actually,
Is there any alternative for GPT is one of the questions, sir.
I have muted.
Muted.
Okay. There are different GPTs. Okay, ma'am. There are different GPTs like Cloud, Gemini, LLM, Mistral, Command, or Dog, Palm.
So the next question is from Padma Danush. Sir, sometimes our personal informations are given. GPT will store and it learns more information from that. Can we make it to unlearn that information? This is the last question, sir.
Actually, most of the GPTs now, whatever most of the GPTs, whenever you give the input to the GPT, they will store based on, you have one login, and in your login, you can see the particular chat. So GPTs, whenever you give the input.
That was the last question, sir.
And so, like to certain level of extent, your data is secure in your log. You can clear, you can just prompt the particular GPT. You prompt the GPT in such a way that clear all my information. You can see the output. It is your clear, you can.
Thank you, sir. The questions which was being posted by the participants, the answers which you gave are much useful, and we got a good feedback in the YouTube. And the session was so useful and informative, sir. Thank you, Satish, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Vani, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Praveen, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.